Good numbing. Hello YouTube, and welcome back to Session 9 of Crystar, where last time we finished off our second loop, the loop that was very much more focused on Sen and her relationship with Nemesis than anything else. That being a Nemesis, or however you pronounce the name, is actually Sen's mother, something that was reconciled but then led to other troubles because we had Mirai as a revenant who went a little crazy and then killed both her and Rei in that loop. So we have two loops now in a row that have ended in tragedy. The first with everyone else dying and getting their existences erased, except Rei and Mirai. And now this one where everyone else's fate is kind of left up in the air, but Rei and Mirai absolutely died. So now on this third loop, we can try and maybe make a happier ending. Maybe, just maybe. I'm going now, Velma. I bring our little sister back home. And once again, just like previous loops, you start at chapter 6, so like 1 through 5 is still exactly the way it was. Yeah, Nanana. And then Angry cleared the Tower of Folly. Oh, it even saves who I went with. I went with Nanana. Even after all this time, that's cute. But let's go in. Fnatic 3. So this will probably be very similar, if not the same, as Fnatic 1 and 2. It's the next mission where things might change again. Whereas a Kokoro might get split off with us instead. Which means we might end up dealing with Nemesis super early. Additionally, I said for the third loop I'd mix up the costumes, so brace yourself. Everyone's in different costumes. I don't know if I'll keep them like this, because some of them look a bit silly, but a lot of the alternate costumes I kind of wasn't a fan of, so I just kind of like, I'm experimenting with a little bit, and these are the only ones that I was kind of okay with. But I might end up swapping back to the defaults, just because I'm really not a big fan of the alternate costumes in this game. I was waiting for everyone. So this is what lies beyond the Gate of Folly. I don't know this area at all. We should be extra careful. I sensed something. My sister came through here. It was recent. We need to hurry. You're right. Let's catch up. Yeah, we'll show our strength to anything that gets in our way. Boom. Ray. Oh, I'm happy to see you again. Well, I'm pleased to see you are thriving. Ah, if it ain't the demon twins here to annoy us. We shall not get in your way. We do desire for our executors to terminate more revenants. You call us demons, but we are the managers of Purgatory. Ahead lies the abyss of Purgatory. 'Tis not too far from the soul purification device located at the end of Purgatory, the Cox of Renewal. You are running out of time to achieve revival for your sister's soul. I will find Mirai before that, alongside everyone here. Oh my! What a radiant expression is displayed upon your face. You are so close to breaking. There is new idea gathering up ahead. Idea is shiny, but I want a little more. Once you retrieve your sister's soul and gather 7 idea, we shall grant your wish, Rei, and bestow revival on Mirai. In exchange, you shall give us all the idea. Yes, I know. Good then, we shall now depart. Entertain us again, okay, Rei? So Rei's in the peddler costume. Kokoro's in the Mythos costume. Rei, I've got in the Nemesis costume because I actually think the wings look a little off, but outside of that, I think she actually looks great in this costume. And Nanana's in the Phyllis costume. Oh, you can just straight up buy milk chocolates now, huh? Cool. Yeah, let's clear up all our status condition stuff. Complete fort. Oh, we are going up the list. Oh, I'm gonna buy a lot of them now. Alright, let's get moving. Maguire. Oh, okay, they're still Orphos. I was like, I was saying on Loop 2 that I was expecting Loop 3 to have another weird naming convention. Well, at least for... no, never mind, as I say that, these are meta. So you got standard, Orphos, and then metas. Yeah, meta Exclusia. So we've yet to see, like, a variant beyond Gamma. So Alpha, Beta, Gamma. And there's Orpho and Meta as well. So 9 variants of each enemy then, potentially. Assuming there isn't an Omega one for any of them that we just haven't bumped into. Until I get it. Ooh, that sounds scary. Yeah, complete Fort and Mano. I know they're more magic focused, but I want to use Sen a little bit. I want to try and get back into the warm-up, get ready for everyone. I'm going to have to get adjusted, because if my theory is right, that 6-2, the split's going to have Kokoro instead. I kind of need to get a feel for Kokoro, because otherwise they're going to fucking suffer. Hello, Charles. Are you Choo-Choo, Charles? And remember that fucking game that was around for like a hot minute? Everyone just thought was kind of dumb. Well, I mean, the whole point was it's supposed to be kind of dumb, but you know what I mean. Code, code. I wonder, like, if, I imagine in Crime Machina, because it came out after this, it's also going to have alternate costumes. But I'm kind of curious what alternate costumes that'll have, because since it's no longer the original, they have an excuse to have, like there might be Crystar costumes in Crime Machina. That could actually be kind of sick. If Crime Machina ends up having loops as well, which it always might, that could be kind of cool. Like, for one of the loops, I just have them all dressed up as their, like, Crystar counterparts. But someone will get the short end of the stick, though, I just realised, because there's only 3 playable characters in Crime Machina, so if they have Crystar costumes, unless one of the characters gets 2 Crystar costumes, someone's missing out. Hey, Goddess. I think that's always going to be the trouble, because, you know, me being British, I stream when I wake up in the morning, or I stream at about 9 AM, so I think it just ends up being an awkward time, depending on where you are in the world. But we've just started our 3rd loop, literally only just started, we're in the first mission of it. So we don't actually know what's changing in this loop yet. So we're just kind of working through it. I've been theorizing that, because in the first loop, to make it easier, like Chapter 6, Mission 2, so just 6-2, there's a point where you get split off, and Nanana, this one, gets split with you. But on the second loop, it wasn't Nanana, it was instead Sen, which is this one. So I don't mind Central. Mine is currently British Summertime, but it's about. But I think we'll change back to. I forget what the other one's called, but basically, it's on either 0, like UTC 0, or UTC +1, depending on what time of the year it is. So for me, it's 9 AM. It's 10 past 9 in the morning. So my theory is that on this loop, since Nanana was with us on the first loop, Sen was with us on the second, Kokoro is probably going to be with us on the third. Oh. Yeah, mine's mean. It's part of the reason, among other things, I said if I ever did this full time, I would stream later in the day, because I would stream during a point in the day where it's more convenient for other time zones. Like, I would stream late. I'd do like 2 PM onwards. It's 3:11 AM over here. Oof. Oh no, autumn's finally just kicked in here, so like, I've gone from waking up at like 7 and it being like extremely bright, to I woke up at like 7:30 and it was still dark outside. I was like, oh, it's coming. The autumnal season's definitely kicking in over here. It's funny, because literally just a week ago I was complaining that it was way too hot, and that was what was stopping me streaming for too long, because the hottest hour of the day was way too hot to justify streaming in. And now I've got, like, all but one window closed, because it's extremely windy and rainy outside, and it's got really chilly. Like, it's crazy how things can change so much so quickly. Oh, I've just got a message from one man. What's he want? Hang on. What's he sent? He sent me a Twitter thing. What the heck am I looking at? Alright, you have to explain himself when he comes back in. Yeah, I'm one man. I literally just saw your tweet. Fucking what? Why is Mr. KFC coming to Final Fantasy 14? I literally just looked at that. What the heck? I was literally just saying to Goddess, I'm just like, what has this man just sent me before you joined in? Also, welcome. Hope you're doing well. But this isn't the first time in, like, recent history that, like, KFC have tried to do something like this. Like, last time, because they made Colonel Sanders a VTuber, and now, like, this, it's like... I think there's someone at KFC who keeps on going, hey, this is a really good idea, and keeps on just putting it in front of the managers, and for some reason they keep on saying, yeah, sure, whatever. And 15's Cup Noodles, yeah. Well, the Cup Noodles collab was just one giant ad. Let's be honest, it wasn't really like a fancy collab, it was literally just Gladiolus really, really telling you that Cup Noodles was really delicious, we promise. But we've only just started the third loop, as I was just telling Goddess. So nothing's changed yet. I'm wearing different costumes. I've got Ray in the peddler costume, Kokoro in Mephis' costume, Sen in her mother's costume, because why not? And Nanana is in Phyllis's costume. Assuming I've got the Order of the Demon Twins right. Gladiolus isn't wrong. I don't mind cup noodles, but I don't think of them as highly as Glady does. They're alright if I just need to have something quick. You know, which is the whole point of them. So I just chuck them in the microwave and just not think about it. Oh no, I think it's... I don't know, I'm not slandering much. I know my pinned chat is sus. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. Nana just got kicked the shit out of. Oh, fuck. Just got one tapped. Uh-oh. Hang on. Where's my resurrections? There it is. Oh, I am sorry, baby girl. That was... Whoops. Oh no, I like Phyllis and Mephit. I like both of them as characters. My pinned comment is more about how saying that they're clearly up to something. So I don't trust them. But oh shit, Nanana just fucking died. Oh, I don't think anything bad about her. Fucking you'll die for your sins. Oh boy. Starting out strong, her. We're only like 15 minutes in, her. Oh, I thought you liked Nanana. I thought this would be perfect. Okay, yeah, these enemies as a whole are just hitting harder, which I guess makes sense. Third loop, they're going to be stronger, but still. Doesn't fit Nanana. I think the reason why Nanana gets this costume, because it's not like I can pick and choose. Like I can't have her saying wearing Phyllis or wearing, like, the Mirai costume or anything like that. It's just each character has a set list, and it just so happens that Nanana's extra one is that one. I think the reason why they get it is because both Phyllis and Nanana have sleeves longer than their arms. I did not mean to press that button. Oh, fuck. I need to go find an enemy quick. Uh-oh. Oh, before I waste it. I didn't mean to do that. But that's my theory, at least, because they both characters have sleeves longer than their arms. So it's probably just like a design thing where it works. Because even like the, because I went off screen, I scrolled through like every single costume to kind of see what I like. Even Nanana's bikini costumes have like random long sleeves. Like, so it's like just Nanana, you just never get to see her hands. That's just the, like the thing. Oh, right, I forgot Fnatic 2 has a giant long map. It's not even that big of a map, it's just long, so it takes up so much like map space on the zoom out. But I was also saying as well, it's like, these costumes that I've got on everyone was kind of like the only alternate costumes I didn't mind. Every other one, it was like, the official manga costume puts a mask on the characters as well. So that was like, oh man, they looked cool up until they had to wear like these silly masks. And I was like, oh. The mascot costumes are cute and funny, but they really don't fit this game. Because it's like, one of them's in a bear costume, one's in like a panda costume, you know, like they're all like that kind of deal. The bikinis, obviously, I'm not interested. Not to say that Phyllis is like the edgiest character. Choosing it explains a lot more. Yeah. And like Rei has like the bonus costumes from the anime intro, both the normal version and the see-through variant, because of course. Hey, do you like this like one lone white shirt? That's the whole costume she wears. Hey, do you want it but see-through? No. No, fuck off. You make me feel like a creep. Just even thinking about it. Virgil? What the fuck? Ah! Oh, what was Sen's new skill before I get too distracted? Exterminate evil. Spell cussing enemies into the air. They then down with a curse that may bleed. Yeah, bikinis don't work it. No. Oh, that sounds like Sen finally got a 4th unique skill. Let's find out. Oh, it literally shoots them straight up and then they come back down and then they cause bleed, which is literally just poison. There's someone called Creep. Oh. I think like as a whole, like I had my phase when I was like 13 and 14, and you know, this immature little chump where I was like, yeah, bikini costumes, let's go. But then I got to like around like 15 and 16, and I was just kind of like, I would rather like really creative, unique, and like more out there costumes. Like my favorite costume in Rise of 3 was that DLC costume that came out afterwards, like Since Ever Been a Bikini, where they actually tried to make it kind of creative, like the samurai garbs. Like I thought that's like they were actually pretty cool because they were just different, like instead of just the usual. I'd rather a costume that like sticks out than just boobies, boobies and shorts. Nah, it's not a matter of like, oh, I choose to like be different or anything like that. It's literally just I found it less interesting the older I got. Like when I was an immature 13-year-old, I was like, yeah, sure, let's go. But as I got older, it just got less interesting. Point of in the series. Yeah. Oh, I just randomly got a notification. I've got it set so I don't get notifications outside of trophies while I'm streaming. For some reason, PlayStation forgot that. I just got a notification that said, hey, a game's on your wishlist is on sale. Okay, thanks. I'm streaming. I know that, like, because I see there's a certain, like, person I follow on Twitter who's, like, super into the Trails series. Who always, I don't know what character it is, but I know it's at least from, like, Cold Steel onwards, because it's always a 3D model. Who, like, every time that they post, like, their good morning post, or their good night post, like, at the end of the day sort of thing, because they just kind of chat to people all the time. they always use a photo of, like, one character in a bikini, kind of either winking or side-eyeing the cast. So it's like, I know, like, the Trails games have bikinis of it, and, like the unzipped short, like, mini shorts sort of thing. Obviously, I don't play the game, so, like, my knowledge of who that may be is non-existent. I think they're ginger, but that's about it. Like, taller-ish, maybe ginger, maybe brown, I don't know. I only give it, like, a half-eye attention. The sort of character that would give a side-eye or a wink. Oh yeah, goddess. That's the rule of anime. If you're under 30 years old, you look like a fucking fetus. If you're any older than 30, you look like you're elderly. That's just the rule. Ton of those. Oh well, then I have no idea. It was what was so refreshing about Final Fantasy 16 is that Clive, this 33-year-old. Actually just looks like a 30-year-old. He looks like he's in his early 30s. He doesn't look like he's fucking ancient all of a sudden. This is a cutscene, yep. Yeah, but if it's someone saying some random shit on Twitter, the first rule of business is you ignore it, because it's probably just someone talking out their ass. You know this. Yeah, I know who Mifra is. One half of the two most attractive characters in gaming in most people's eyes. I know. Yeah. It wasn't my one, though. That wasn't my go-to. I was a huge Nia stan in Xeno 2. I was a huge Nia person, and I always really felt for Nia when she just goes, Rex, I love you. And Rex turns around and goes, I love you too. You and everyone else. And, like, you just see the pain in Nia's eye, where she realizes he doesn't understand. It's just like, oh, no, this poor woman. It's my favorite fucking scene. Is that you just see, like, the moment in her eyes, it's like, he doesn't fucking get what I meant. He thinks as in, like, friend as in he loves everyone as in, like, one big family. He doesn't realize, like, oh no, I was like, this poor guy. This poor girl. Nah, it's cool. At the end of Xenoblade 3's main game, it's revealed that, Rex did eventually settle down and realize. So it's like, they got there eventually, just not in the game that Rex was introduced. Yeah, but I get, like, it's like the biggest thing of, like, Genshin. You look at anyone outside the Genshin circle, and someone who isn't, like, because, like, these people in the anime circle most of the time are alright, but people outside of it, they look at people, like, making horny jokes about Farina, and they're like, ain't she a kid, goddess? And it's like, no, she's usually, in, like, using the game's terminology, she's using a teen model. I mean, ignoring the fact that she's a 1,000-year-old goddess, or 500 years old to be more accurate, she's not using the kid model. What? Shut up. Go on a JRPG with a married power couple. That would be fucking sick. Yeah, I second that so hard. Because I mentioned it, like, a few times, but I genuinely love it when you have a love story that isn't wrapped up at the credits. Where you actually get to see the couple be a couple throughout at least a decent chunk of the story. It's something that I actually respected Final Fantasy VIII about, even if I didn't like everything about it, is that Squall and Rinoa couple up at the end of Act 2. So you get, like, a whole act of those two kind of bouncing off each other and having those early days of a couple together, instead of it just being the credits. Well, Xenogears, Xenosaga, and Xenoblade are all the exact same director. It's just Xenoblade was the very first time the director got to make a 6-part saga that he wanted. Because literally, Xenogears and Xenosaga were all going to be 6 parts. Xenoblade is the first time he got that. And before you sit and you go, well, there's only 3 games. Each of those 3 games have major story expansions that count as the next part. So you literally do 1, it's expansion, 2, it's expansion, 3, it's expansion. That's 6 parts. He finally got what he wanted. So I'm going to be taking seriously the whole correction business, yeah. Honestly, I would wholeheartedly recommend Xenosaga. Xenogears is kind of hard to get into because it's... like, I know I hate to say this, but there's no way to put it. Its gameplay is so rugged and old. Like, it feels so out of date. in when you try to play it. Like, it's really hard to just adjust yourself to it. But Saga, all three of the Saga games, I genuinely hold very close to my heart. I think they're fantastic games. Albedo is one of the most terrifying fucking villains I've ever experienced in a video game. In the first game. And the fact that they made me cry for him in the second game, despite that, is a testament to the quality of its writing. The fact that they made such a terrifying, fucking horrific villain in the first game, and they made you feel so sorry for him in the second one through really clever writing. I was just like, what? One man's being horsed at. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, because Albedo, like, he literally sticks, because he's immortal and he knows he is, and he instantly regenerates any limb he loses. So for fun, he cuts off his own limbs, like, at random points, including his own head, in an effort to try and scare one of the characters into submission. Which obviously works, because he cuts off his own fucking head, and then starts spewing poetry whilst he's a decapitated head on the floor. He then stamps it into the ground, and a new head just forms on top of him. Because Albedo is terrifying. My bell pet. There's no need to tremble like that. It's like, you're a fucking head on the floor, dude. That's the only problem, is that you didn't get to finish it. You get to the end of part 3, and it's like, man, we're only halfway done, and you just didn't, because Square Enix, like, jumped off it. They didn't want to financially support it anymore, so you just got screwed out of doing 4, 5, and 6. No, that came in first. And I don't understand how you're so energetic. Seriously, how are you so bouncy? Such a pain getting there. Even the spectres are stronger. Yeah, the revenants are especially troublesome. And I also, I'm going to look at fandism on Albedo. I loved his theme as well. His boss themes were whatever, but his actual theme, when, like, he was in his motion and, like, doing his monologues and, like, doing his chatting bits, or, like, you go into, like, his throne room and there's just, like across the entire throne room, there's just dozens of, like, female, like, bodies everywhere with, like, all their bones just jointed out of it, where he finds pleasure in just breaking bones in different ways. So he just finds women, kills them, and then starts breaking their bones in different ways for his own amusement. Like, when I say Albedo's fucked up, I mean it. Like, he's so, like, deranged. Like, he was terrifying to me when I first experienced Xenosaga 1. When I first went through it, I was like, this guy is like a horror villain on crack, and this is an RPG. What the fuck's going on here? And he just starts spewing poetry and starts talking about it. Or, like, he literally carries a board in his arm and then breaks its arm in front of another girl just to kind of make a point. And it's just like, stop doing this, dude, please. That said, though, if they ever remaster those games, I would absolutely play them on stream. I'd just be like, I'd just put, like, an Albedo warning. I just put a pinned comment and it just said, hey, Albedo's in this game. I have to change my 100 to Naruto. Fair enough. The revenants are especially troublesome. You guys are all so gloomy. Why aren't you as well? Because we're all here together! It's like a field trip. You only have $300 for snacks. That's way too much money. You could buy a wedding cake. That's fair enough. I'm just... Xenosaga 1 and 2, I think, are really good. Xenosaga 3 is kind of okay. I still like it, but it's not as good. But it's just one of those things where, like, especially nowadays, if you go into Xenosaga, you're going into it knowing for a fact you're not going to get everything. Because it's literally unfinished. It's only 3 parts of what was going to be a 6-part saga that got released. So the story's only, like, half done. So there's a lot of, like... a lot of, like, you just have to kind of fill in the blanks to suit yourself. Because it's just like, okay, what do you wish was the answer to this? Because you're never going to actually get the answer. It was about one, because it was a big AoE skill. See, look, tummy person is needed for times like these. The best comedies always have a straight man. Well... They all the characters look around saying, "What's a motorbike doing in purgatory?" Sorry. Like I said, we both have our stomachs out. True, but when Nanana transforms into Epicurus, it gets covered up. Well... It's not getting covered up, it's more like... No, never mind. What is it, Ray? It's nothing. We're in purgatory and I don't achieve my goal. But I'm having a little fun. Fun is a good thing. I don't want to agree with her, but neither might have a point. Being tense is really taxing. Relaxation is important, but we must remain vigilant. Vigilant, I can speak English, I promise, about our enemies when we rest. Yeah. Let's go, that was a good break. Now, I genuinely have a soft spot for all of the main characters. I know I keep saying this, but I genuinely do. I like Rei. Even if she's a little bit of a misog sometimes, I genuinely like Rei. I think Kokoro is really charming. Even ignoring the whole... she's gay for everyone. Sen's sense of justice getting challenged all the time, whether she likes it or not, at least for me, makes her just interesting enough that I kind of want to see it. And Nanana is just genuinely really fun. Like, you know, like, Nanana doesn't really need to be that deep. I mean, I say that, they literally haven't touched Nanana's backstory since her introduction. They introduced that, like, she died young and she had a different name, and then that was literally the last they mentioned of her. But we don't know anything else about Nanana's background. And I know it's partially because Nanana doesn't care for her background, she's happy as she is. But still, I'm surprised that hasn't even been remotely touched on. Stop the app. Also, Kokoro got something new. Please tell me she got a skill that's worth a damn. Crushing Fang, a spell that summons jaws that damage and knock back in an area. Let's try it. Oh, it's just this, but slower. God damn it, Kokoro. Why can't you have one worthwhile skill? Oh no, One Man and I have had discussions about Blue Reflection several times. Blue Reflection Second Light is straight up my favourite Gust game, and now one of my all-time favourite games, because I absolutely adore its central theme of empathy. One Man thought it was just alright. And so, like, it's always like that slight shift, where it's like, I fucking adore it, and One Man's like, it's alright. Like, if there's a series that, like, I put my money on as, like, completely replaced NEP, yeah, it beat me to it, so, like, I don't feel as smart now, but Trails. But as someone, because, like, I've always, for, like, reasons I got into, like, basically, like, to cut the very long story short, because I've told this story a million times, not everything was always hunky-dory growing up, bullied a lot, parents got divorced when I was young, obviously, you know, got abused a lot during college. My only escapism for most of my life is video games. So instead of, like, you know, empathizing with real people and, you know, all that stuff, a lot of my escapism for all my life was getting away from real people. And so I heavily empathize with video game characters a lot, because I treat them like they're my friends, because that's how I was when I was a kid. It was literally the only way out of it. And so a game with a central theme of empathy felt hand-built for me, which is why I hold Blue Reflection. Even if the first game's just kind of... The first game's a little jank and wonky. The second game especially, I loved them, because it felt like they were hand-built for me. Oh no, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, like me, like the Blue Reflection games, they always just felt like I was like the target audience. That was more what I was getting at. I wasn't trying to take anything at you. And because it's a because Blue Reflection is, and the fact that I can like say this in complete confidence is just kind of depressing. It's a Gust property that isn't Atelier. It means that there's a canon gay couple in it, and I wish I was kidding. Literally, you look at Arto and Liko, there's a gay couple in it. You go at Knights of Azure, the main character's literally married. She literally has a wife. It's like, come on. Like, you go to Blue Reflection, there's literally a story arc in both games about someone coming to terms with being gay. It's like, why is it always just Atelier is the one that they never commit? Come on. Into I love BlazBlue. BlazBlue is one of my all-time favorite fighting games. It's a shame we're never getting another traditional one because Mori left Arc. I know that new spin-off that's come out on like PC and phone is apparently pretty decent, but I'm like, I'm good. That should not be anything. Yeah, the thing with like, I think I've said it before, but the thing with Sophie and Plachta is like, even though it's not like hard confirmed, they know. And it's like, even in like Liddy and Suli, like, you know, they have that scene where it's like, they have like the almost wedding-esque look to them, and they promise to be by each other's side for the rest of time. It's like, even though they don't outright say, I'm in love with you, or anything like that, they're trying to be pretty, like, they're being pretty fucking blunt in the implication. Like, they're saying, hey, these two are never leaving each other's side one way or another. Whether it's as family or as lovers, whatever, but still. And then there's that whole thing in the manga, which I really hope that gets followed up soon, where, like, Liddy and Suli straight up call Plachta out for always prioritizing Sophie over anyone else, and even joke about how they act like a married couple, and Plachta gets all shy and embarrassed about it, and Sophie just grins at her because she knows. I'm like, come on! But I get it, like, I wish they'd just kind of actually, like, put something cemented down. But yeah, like, to finish my point with BlazBlue, it's like, I joined late, but I went back and played them all. So, like, I've played Calamity Trigger, Continuum Shift, Chrono Phantasma, and Central Fiction. I started with Chrono Phantasma Extend, to be precise, the rebalanced version that came out later on, because I know, well, I forget her name, the science cat girl, like, Kokone? Ugh, it's been too long. She was busted as shit in the original Chrono Phantasma. But yeah, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, I originally skipped out on it because no rollback. And I was like, hey, if it gets rollback, maybe I'll get it. And then they're like, hey, we're doing a revised version with all the DLC that also has rollback. I'm like, fuck. No, I have to get it because I said I would. But I'm also, speaking of Grand Blue, I'm also super excited for their action RPG. I just wish it was coming out at a better time. The fact that it's the day before Persona 3 Remake is just like, oof, oof. And it's the same month as Tomb Raider, it's the same month as Final Fantasy. It's like, I think like the Phoenix Wright 4 through 6, so like the Apollo Justice games are like in January, I want to say. So it's like that's kind of close as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much other shit I want to play that's going to be really close to it. It's like, Right, that's a shame. Yeah, I'd like both Continuum Shift Extend and Chrono Phantasma were similar to like going from Street Fighter 4 to like Super Street Fighter 4, where it just included the extra characters, but then also like they updated some systems and whatnot, so it was technically different. They did rebalance some characters, like Terumi in Extend was a little better off than he was in normal Chrono Phantasma, for example. Yeah, but the eBay ones, I still think, to an extent with those PS5s, are still, what's the term? Where people are literally buying them unmastered and selling them for more because they know you can't get them. That one. People are still trying to do that. I might actually get mine, not only at, like, you know, its intended price, but I got it off of Very, and I don't know if that exists in the US, but basically, or if there's something like it, but basically I paid, and once you just get it, and then over the course of 12 months, you just have to pay for it during that time. So I paid for it in installations. Like, I did like £100 each month till it was paid off, and it was done in like 4 months. Or installments, not installations, it's not a computer. For 5 and 6, yeah. Well, I mean, 6 doesn't have it yet, but we know it will. We know it will. After like a season or two, there will be like a super edition. In the same way 5 had Arcade Edition and Championship Edition. Or was it the other way around? I can't remember. I get a little lost in the sauce when it comes to alternate editions of Street Fighter games, because some of them have way too many. And I say this as a guilty gift, and some of them have way too many. I know Guilty Gear X has like a million variants because there's XX, there's X2, there's Accent Core, there's Slash, there's Accent Core Slash, there's Reload, there's Accent Core Slash Reload, there's Accent Core Slash Reload Rollback. Like, there's too many fucking versions of Guilty Gear X, but still. Like, it was so much easier with Rev. Because you actually had Exod Sign, Exod Rev, and Exod Rev 2. But what do you want? Oh, he's just looking to eviscerate that enemy. Jesus Christ, Nanana. Nanana beam! I think that's also what's kind of been helping with this game. Because this game, by nature, even ignoring the loops, is pretty repetitive. It means I can kind of focus on... I love the story and love seeing where it's going, but it means I can focus on it a little less so I can talk about other stuff more. Because there are some games where I get a little lost in the source and end up too focused on it that I end up not really engaging with chat much. Guilty Gear, but the game inspired. Excuse that game to happen. Yeah. I want to play the DNF Duel game. I was like, just when it came out at an awkward time, and then it proceeded to get no DLC for a year. So I was just like, everyone was dropping off it. So I was like, it's just gonna get more difficult to get back in it afterwards. Because the DNF Duel fighting game is not actually made by Arc. It's just published by them. It's made by the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 team, which is why the game's balance is completely deranged. Because, of course it is. Like, that team, they only make deranged fighting games, but that's what makes them so fun. But there are just some characters that just kind of will kill you if they get one combo. But I mean that in a fun way. It's one of those things where if you've experienced like one of their games, you know what I'm talking about. Like, if you've experienced like Marvel vs. Capcom 3 or Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, or, you know, like, sort of thing, then, like, yeah, you know what I mean by how fucking, like, broken it can be. But it's fun. My master. Heraclitus, what's wrong? Something more vile than darkness. The emotions of the revenants are whirling up ahead. Does that mean there's a group of revenants? Hmm? Oh, yeah, right, we gotta do this bit. I'm merely stating my observations. If you are to continue, maintain a strong self-consciousness. Please, you've died the first 2 times, technically. That's it? Can you give me more specific advice? What was that, Ray? Well, Heraclitus warned me about revenants, but he didn't go into details. Like me, maybe he's not a good talker. A warning? Good talker? What? Sen, what about your guardian? Is it more talkative? No, my guardian Socrates doesn't talk. Huh? Neither does my Diogenes. We still haven't answered that. What is Heraclitus? Why is it he can talk? What is Heraclitus? Because clearly it's not on the same brand as their guardians in terms of how it works. It's like the devil twins haven't been answered for, or the demon twins, and not the devil, I hope they're not, haven't been answered. They're just the guardians of purgatory, and they really want us to not worry about the Revenant Princess. The Revenant Princess, Mirai was claiming to be the Revenant Princess, but I still feel like Kuon is. And even then, Kuon's still a whole mystery. Like, no joke, before my YouTube and Discord got hacked, I used my own couple of Granblue Fantasy Versus videos. I got some online matches where some people were high rank, but I did like 79% damage for one button startup. Yeah, I think that's one of the other things I'm looking forward to with this, with Fantasy Versus Rising, where it's got new mechanics and new systems, and it's, you know, also nearly 3 years deep into its existence. That one's better balanced now. Like, it is a bit more controlled. So it's not DNF Duel, where like, that game's just like I said, insanely deranged. Like, Granblue is a bit more balanced now. some videos on it. Yeah, because Rising is literally just Versus 2.0. Like, it's the same basis, they've just built on top of it. I do like that the lobby mode for it is literally just Fall Guys. I'm like, that's such a fun way to have a lobby whilst you're waiting to get into another match, if like or if you just want to fuck around in the lobbies with friends sort of thing. Just have like Fall Guys built into it. Why not? I was like, that okay. Like, kudos where it is. That's actually kind of a clever idea. Just do not Takeshi's Castle for a bit. Yeah, it's the same game, but they've updated the engine, so the lighting is different and the character models are cleaner. They've added new mechanics across the board to make it a deeper game, and they've changed a few like intricacies of the system to just make it more accessible while still raising the skill ceiling. But they literally have just done what any fighting game should be doing, which is just keep expanding based on feedback post-launch. And some of the new characters look great, so I'm in. Neither does my Diogenes. Huh? Huh? What? Guardians don't talk? The demons say guardians are the embodiment of their master's soul, so they wouldn't have their own consciousness. Heraclitus has talked in front of you all at least a few times. We didn't hear the guardian's voice. No, thought Ray was talking to herself. I never mentioned anything because teenagers can be a little, you know. Kokoro, you're 21. You're barely free from this. What do you mean? Oh, thanks for nothing. If your guardian is self-aware and can talk, Heraclitus might be a special being. And also, if you're doing the whole... Oh, teenagers... Oh, you know Sen's only a year older than Rei, right? She's 16, yet she doesn't do any of this, so even then your logic is flawed, Kokoro. I'm not sure about that. All I know is it warned us that there are dangerous revenants up ahead. Let's just be careful. Oh, this is the Bourbakis that we're approaching. Charles! Okay, come on then. Nanana, the more I play this game, the more I kind of come to terms with accepting that Nanana is kinda OP in this game. How do we have 9 already? I didn't realize we'd taken that many on. Also, why is one of the souls like glowing in that bottom left corner? Like, you got some of the you got 2 orange ones, we've got like 5 red ones, but it's like 1 black one with like a white glow around it. That's new. That's kind of worrying. I can't remember which way is the wrong way for loot. I think that's the right way to go. Oh, but that might be the right way too. Ah, fuck. You'd think this is the third time we're doing this exact level that I would remember. Of course you back up. I need to try and practice using Kokoro a little bit more because, like, I genuinely think next mission we're going to be forced to use her, so I need to kind of get into the rhythm. Oh, there's the Bourbakis. Okay, that's the end of the mission. Let's not go that way. As soon as I saw them, I was like, okay, yeah, now I remember where's to go. Bro! Crushing Fang has no hitbox close. It's a mid-range attack only. So it's slower than Nanana's version and doesn't hit. Why did they do Kokoro so dirty in this game? She has the slowest moveset, just based on damage, and all of her attacks have really awkward wind-ups or jank hitboxes. Like, what? Like, the character designer for, like, Kokoro, like, just, like, pissed on someone's, like, day or something? What happened here? Like, did the game designer, like, get really upset? What happened to Kokoro? Why is Kokoro so bad? It's crossed my mind, if I get that, I don't think I can get Bourbaki. So I think normal levels are starting to have more than 10 souls. Which is bad, because it means I have to actually start thinking about it. And we don't have Waifus, so I can't ignore this. I need to get it. Oh, trophy unlocked. Purgatory Reaper killed 5,000 enemies. Have I really done that much? Oh, okay. I thought I was way off that one yet. That was one of the trophies where I was like, oh, that'll be a post-game grind. I didn't realize I'd already... Oh, shit. How have I killed 5,000 enemies already? Jesus Christ. Oh, whoops. Wasn't 100% looking where I was going. Alright, let's go fight Bourbaki. Gee, it works like that. Yeah, but 5,000 still came by way quicker than I thought it would. You know, I thought it'd be post-game I'd hit that more. Wow, there's so many. It's gonna be troublesome. Don't worry, we'll get them all. There are a lot, but it looks like normal revenants. But what are they doing? Give souls. Gather souls. Send souls. Dark Souls 3, all of our for our master. This is creepy. I don't like horror stories. What are they talking about? Doesn't matter. If they're revenants or gathering souls, there's only one thing we need to do. What should we do, Ray? It's dangerous to jump in there. Let's watch for a little longer. We can't just watch forever. Something's wrong. Souls here. Oh yeah, because you got to start getting ready for next year, aren't you, dude? Oh, and also maybe that from okay, never mind, from Nep. I thought you were talking about something else then for a second. You got to get ready for your like campaign and everything. Souls for our master. Gather, my brethren. More of them. Every time. I know it's coming, and I still grin at it. They noticed us. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I know. Anyway, judgment for the heretics. Punishment for the non-believers. All for who we worship to fulfill our master's wish. I don't make a good, like, cultist voice. You know, because that's basically what they're doing, and I'm just going, oh no, they're coming. They're coming! I wish of all the bosses we had to rematch, I wish Bourbaki wasn't the one that eats up all of my status condition items. There's no enemy in this game I find more annoying than Shadow Wizard Money Gang, and it's the one enemy they make you fight the most, I swear. Can I sense a deja vu? Yeah. Ah! No, solve this for me, please. Here's your chance, Kokoro. Get in there. Fucking fantastic. Love you. Right, yeah, the worst range in the world, got it. She got one, we're good, we're good. What SP does it cost for this fucking skill that misses? 40! 40 for that piece of shit, what do you mean? I apologize for not fulfilling. I know. I'm more annoyed that it doesn't have any point-blank range. That's my problem. I know it's mid-range only, I can see that. I'm annoyed that it isn't close. When Nanana has a near-identical skill, and it works at close range and mid-range, and is quicker. Like, Kokoro just has a worse version. That's my annoyance, that it's slower, and has a smaller hitbox. What's up with these guys? The abyss seems to go further on. Let's return to the real world for now. Alright, no, I'll be waiting here. We'll be back soon. I'm going to set up camp. Yay, campfire! Boom. Oh, this is new. These two weren't here before. What's wrong, Memphis? My mistake. How vulgar of me to be unable to refrain from laughter. It's not your fault, Memphis. Ray's serious faces. It's just too funny. She said she would give idea for Mirai's revival. What face will she make when she finds out who Mirai really is? Hey, should we tell Ray about Mirai? Never. Ray's foolishness is not our problem. It is fine as long as we acquire idea. Of course, if she brings us more fun along the way. We really don't hold back. It feels like I was dreaming. Was someone talking about me? I can't remember. Things are changing already. Technically yes. I've started the third loop. So I'm on the last main loop you got to do, but that last loop is still chapter 6, 7, and 8 again. And once you beat the game the first time and you start the second loop, you do the prologue and it jumps straight to chapter 6, and you do 6, 7, and 8 again. Get that ending, and then you do the loop again, and that's what we're on. We're on the third loop. It's me. Can you talk? Sen? It's not a good time. I'll call back. Oh no, I just couldn't remember a dream and got a little frustrated. It's okay, it happens all the time. Okay then, a dream. That's intriguing. You can't remember the dream at all? It's usually my parents that I dream about. I think that may have been the case this time too. But this is new, we didn't have this conversation before. Come to think of it, I haven't heard about your family, Ray, besides your sister. Oh, I guess I never talked about them. My parents passed away 3 years ago. So when she was 12 and Mirai was like, what, 9? Really? I'm okay, I'm over it now. Please don't worry about me or anything. You are strong, Ray, unlike me. I never told anyone, but I still dream about Mother's death every day. I mean, yeah, you were literally in the bus with her when the crash happened, Sen. I don't think anyone will blame you for that. That's trauma, Sen. That's what we call trauma in this world. You're traumatized by witnessing your own mother's death. I always wake up calling to my mother. Just 1 year of it has been overwhelming, but you've endured it for 3 years. We're kind of similar. My parents died in an accident too. My dad was driving and my mother was also in the car. He made a mistake and hit a guardrail head on. Must have been tough. My only consolation is that no one else got hurt. I know this doesn't help, but my condolences. Thank you very much. Anyway, Sen, do you need to talk? Oh, no, it's not a big deal. I'll save it for next time. I see. I'll see you in Purgatory. Okay. It's not the evil princess awakens, huh? Okay. When they say evil princess awakens, are they saying that maybe Kuwon's gonna be in this one? Wait, what's gonna change? My shadow light. Ooh. So I was umming and ahhing for myself what I wanted to do. No, that's still terrible, no. Have I got another enjoyed moment at all? Ever? Will I ever find another enjoyed moment ever again? Or is Nanana stuck with this weapon for the rest of time? Oh, so it is better as a whole. The negative stat drops is because I lose bonuses. So my Shadow Light is actually pretty good. Damn, it's actually pretty damn good. Who has the worst defense, actually? 299, 294 and 339. 319, 186. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay, you could do with some magic defense, sweetheart. 312 and 325. 227 and 400 flat. I think she desperately needs this. Regardless of how much I do or don't use Kokoro desperately fucking needs that. Also, the music's more dramatic again. We did one mission and the music's gone back to being dramatic. I was enjoying it being peaceful again for a moment. I'll put Recall Madness on her. Attack down immunity, that's great for her because she is a physical attacker. Paralysis immunity plus some extra physical attack. And Nanana has better magic defense and defense down immunity. Can I give you something else? Could I give you magic attack? That'd be fantastic, but I don't know if we have it. That'll be a huge no. I need to turbo restock on items. We burnt through so much in that last mission. Oh, I can't upgrade that, okay. Oh, new memoirs, fucking Choo-Choo Charles. Reverend of a little girl who froze to death in a back alley. She was... Why is her name Charles if it's a girl? It's like fucking Carl earlier. Carl's a girl, apparently. Anyway, she was kicked out the house without proper clothing. I should have never taken you, is what her father said when she got kicked out. Her mother was far away with a new family. To her parents, she was just a hindrance. She told herself she should not have been born, that no one loved her. She slowly lost her senses in the alley. She lost her ability to feel sad and stayed there until she died. Yeah, if I could just get another one, we could make it even better. Mirandola. A revenant of a man who was a burglar in life. He fell to his death. Well, he tried to sneak out a window? He'd always thought the world was unreasonable, that there were things he wanted, but he just couldn't have them. Revenant of a woman who died of disease. She regretted dying before her family got back. She wished for revival. She had a family, a loving husband, a boy who had just entered elementary school and was a happy family. She kissed her son and husband goodbye on what was their last morning together. One of the oldest revenants. He used to show loyalty to a revenant who called itself the Revenant King. It has no memory of his life and has spent much more time as a revenant. Some Revenants know of the existence of Idea. A long time ago, the Revenant King defeated the manager of the Purgatory. Oh, that's interesting lore, actually. Because the managers right now are the Demon Twins. Which means there might have been a previous manager, but whatever this Revenant King was once took them down. And so the Demon Twins became the replacement later on. That's actually, you know, expanding the lore. Alright, and anyway, Virgil, a boy who died from neglect. He was raised in a small one-room apartment. He had no father, it was just his mother, but his mother ignored him. Reverend of a woman who left her dear daughter wants a revival. After giving birth, she got ill and passed away. She had a beloved daughter, the father was a married man of a family. It was one mistake he didn't know about the child. Not from DMZ, my lad. Yeah, it's spelt wrong, that's how you know it's not the right one. Oh, I didn't pick up... Yep. Couldn't pick up Bourbaki because we were full, but there is a third Bourbaki, which means there's going to be a third Parmenides, and potentially, if we fight her again, a third Plato. Alright, let's save and head back in. Yeah, exactly. Because it's spelled with an E is Devil May Cry Virgil. So with an I is just Virgil. Alright, Evil Princess awakens. So usually this is the path split. Yahoo! I was waiting a long time. Are you okay alone? Of course, Nanano's not a child. I'm sure you're actually a kid. Definitely a child. Hey, you two, I'm just a revenant by your looks. It ain't just the looks we're talking about. It's based off of your behavior. Excuse me? Tell him, Ray, Nanano's an adult, right? You're a child. I think you're a child too. What? Oh, Nanano's so shocked and sad. Yeah, it's how you talk. Enough with this age thing. Let's get going. Enough with this age thing, says the oldest person in the group. Oh, fucking just because we were having fun. Oh, look who's back. What do you want this time? I thought we ought to warn you. If something happened to Ray, I'd be so sad. A warning. Beware the Revenant Princess. The Revenant Princess is close by. Wait, you mean... the Revenant Princess. We know from previous cycles the Revenant Princess is not Nemesis at all. It's Kuon or Mirai, we're not sure yet. I'm not sure if that was just something going weird with Mirai when she became a Revenant, or whether Mirai's actually the Revenant Princess or what, but still. None of us heard the Revenants talking about it. No matter how badly you want souls, don't mess with the Revenant Princess. Kokoro? There's no doubt it has to be her. Princess my ass. Nemesis, if you're close by, bring it on. Go on, the Queen? Maybe. So it's right now in my own hands. The Revenant Princess. That name, I've heard it before, but when? Alright, I used all 20 of my potions and 6 of my better potions. Oof. My finances are going to start plummeting as if it's going to keep up. Lock on, please. Thank you. Yeah, over here. God, the level difference, because if you're not using a character, they get 80% of the experience instead of 100%. You can tell how little I've been using Kokoro because everyone else is at least level 50. and Kokoro's like 2 levels behind. Like, ugh. I need to try and try and use her a bit more often, because like I said, I really think this level's gonna force me to use just her and Rei, and if I just try and make it just Rei, we're gonna be in trouble. I'm still curious what the true final boss for this game's going to be as well. Like, are we going to fight Kuon? Are we going to have like another like Mirai demon form thing to fight? So I don't think Mirai is the final boss. I think Mirai is just whatever weird fucking shit is going on. Is the demon twins going to be the main thread? Is it going to be something else entirely, you know? Oh yeah, I know about Eternite. I was really looking forward to it until I played the demo and then kind of lost interest a little bit. The gameplay's fine. It being an action game that's also a dating sim is a fun idea. The problem is the writing, to be honest. I wasn't a fan of the writing at all. They tried, like, because it's an indie game made by basically just one dude. He wanted to make it feel like how teenagers genuinely talk nowadays, which is fine, but fucking Christ, some of the dialogue came across very cringy. Like, it's fine, and I get it, but some of it's very fucking cringy at points. And I was like, after I played the demo, I was like, you know what, I'll pass. I'm glad that this man entirely on his own managed to make this, and it's good, and it's selling decently well, and people are enjoying it, but it's not for me. Which is a shame, because I said I was looking forward to it, and it was just like, after I played the demo, I was like, I'm glad I played the demo. The moment there's a whole side quest about one of the girls missing her pads, and you have to be the one to solve it, I was just like, I think this game, I appreciate it trying to be more realistic and all the rest, but I'm good, thanks. I think when people play dating sims, they don't want to worry about realism too much, you know? Or like where there's like parts where you literally like sext each other, and I'm like, I'm good, thanks. This isn't what I come for my video games. I sounded bad. No, I just realized what I was just talking about. It's not what I go to video games for. I get it, and I respect the dedication to what he was going for, but it's just, nah, I'm good. I'm glad it's doing well, and I'm glad he found success, because he's literally living the dream. Make the game you want to make, and it do well. Brilliant, dude. Happy for you. No, IRL, it's nature, it's life, it's whatever. In a video game, you want video game, you know? There's someone who's been in, like, a few relationships in time. No, I have been the one that's gone out to buy things like that, you know? And I'm like, I just don't give it a second thought, because it's just nature, you can't help that shit. But in a video game, it's like, no, this is not why I play my video game for, please. Like, I get if it makes some people uncomfortable, it is just one of those things, though, you know? I think they're different things, my guy. You having something that happens on a chance through an illness, and something that a woman has to put up with every single month without fail, which is just put through fucking pain just cause. Yeah, no, if I was with someone, as soon as it's even getting close to that time, like, I put it on my calendar, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna get the support ready now, I'm gonna get the chocolates, you know, I think there's a difference there, dude. At least for me. As a fellow human, male, I'm aware, like, I don't really have, like, too much say on this topic as a bloke, but still. Yeah, because I haven't been in a relationship for a number of years now, and a lot of it's just my own anxiety that I don't go out to, like I don't go to, like, dating things. Like, when my friends invite me out, I usually don't go. Like, I keep to myself a lot, because I have a lot of anxieties towards it nowadays. because video games, it's just say the right dialogue, they love you now. And it's like, that's not how this works. But it doesn't matter, because it's escapism, so you don't really give a fuck, it's just whatever. Yeah, but it's called kindness at that point. Of course they can do it themselves, but you can also offer to pitch in and just be helpful for the people you care about. That's all that is. But that's just my opinion anyway. And to be fair, if you're in a relationship, like to use like the whole bowel movement thing, if you're genuinely unwell and struggling to leave the house to get whatever you need, having a partner, yeah, a partner would help you out. They would help you out. They would go get what you need, because that's what partners do. I'm maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the weird one. I don't know. I've always been that sort of person. It's like if you love someone, you love the everything, the good and the bad. You'll support them, and you will like if they do something wrong, you can be like, okay, come on, let's talk about this. But the things they can't help. No, you support them in every way you can. And that's just me though. I'm always the one that wants to be there for people. I don't want to really fuss about me. I like completely miss beans. The only time I genuinely struggled, or like found it awkward, was when I was in college. So I was already like, you know, in the middle of everything going on anyway. And a girl wanted to like go to the doctors about something, but she didn't want to go on her own. So I said, yeah, sure, I'll go with you. And I just had to sit in the waiting room when she went in with like a bunch of other people, and I just sat there for like a good 15-20 minutes. That was the most awkward fucking 15 to 20 minutes of my life. I was just like, I need to not be here. I was like, like it was so, I was just surrounded by a bunch of weird old people just kind of looking around, not really doing anything. I was just like, So I already felt a little off because it's in the middle of everything anyway, but it was just like, this is not ideal. I can't do this. And then it was like a couple weeks later, she went, oh, I need to go back, can you go with me again? And I was like, yeah, sure, I will. But I'm gonna get, like, I made sure to get one of her friends as well, so I wasn't on my own. So there was like a small group of us, which to be fair, worked out both ways then. And then she was a bit more comforted because there was more people she knew around. And I didn't feel as awkward because it wasn't just me sitting on my Larry for 20 minutes. And so that wasn't even someone I was dating, that was just a friend. That was just a buddy in need that just didn't want to go to the doctors alone because they were nervous. Because, you know, 16-year-olds trying to do the big adult things, sometimes it's not so easy to convince yourself to do that. But I just felt like a complete awkward schmuck the whole time. So afterwards I made sure like we had an extra friend with us so it wasn't awkward. Sorry. Oh, well, that's fair enough. If it's not for you, like, ultimately if it's not for you, it's not for you. But at least for me, especially because like, I make no secret about it, I'm a very codependent person. I can do everything I need to independently, but I like knowing there's someone there. If I know someone's there, I feel like I can do everything. If I know I'm on my own, it feels like even the simplest things are near impossible to me. I've been that way even before, like the abuse made me even more codependent because I felt like I needed someone to survive. Hey, Mezkin, yeah, no, dude. So it's like, for me, it's like, even outside of just me being me, I'm always super supportive, because on a slightly selfish extent, I don't want them to go. Because the whole time I know they're just there, even if they're not doing anything, if I know they're just there, I can do anything, because I feel like I can. I feel like I've got support. It's why I value my friends so much, even ignoring the fact that I think they're beautiful people. It's just the fact that, like, the fact that I know they've got my corner makes me find it easier to do things I wouldn't normally be able to do. Or at least I don't feel like I'd be able to do as easy. Yeah, there are way more revenants in this cycle than before, because we're already on like 5, and this is like the first room, I swear. We need to start actually paying more attention if I want to try and get like Bobaki souls and whatnot. Basically, I have to pay attention to enemies we already have free of, and not picking up their souls. I don't know if we've got free of Virgil. I think we've got 2, and I can't remember if we've already picked up another one. Yeah, go on. Oh, hang on, my mic's getting a bit funky. Well, not my mic, my headset. There we are. Sorry about that. My whole controller ended up getting like kind of finicky, so I just turned my controller off and on. So hopefully that fixed it. But now I don't have that many friends nowadays. Like a lot of them just moved on to different parts of life, which is perfectly fine. People can do whatever. But the ones I do have, I hold extremely near and dear because they all people that have done a lot or care about me and have done a lot for me, and I would give them the world in return. There was a point in my life where I knew 5 people called Sophie, though. That was funny. That was a time I kind of missed, just because it was kind of funny having to think of nicknames for every single one of them, so people knew which one I was talking about. Because it was in college again, because of course it was. I had my sister's called Sophie. Then there was Sporty Sophie, because she wasn't even sports. She wasn't a sporty person as in like athletic. She always had something to talk about with sports. Like there was always something going on in football or rugby or golf or fucking whatever that she had to tell me about. Then there was Gay Sophie, self-explanatory. Shy Sophie, which I'm still really close friends with, and Teacher Sophie, literally my sociology teacher. So it was like the case of too many Sophies. And every single time I'd go, oh yeah, Sophie said, they go, which one? And I'd go, Sporty Sophie, or Gay Sophie, or, you know, like... And none of them wanted to be called Soph. So I couldn't even split it up that way. To be fair, I ended up calling Teacher Sophie just Teach, because then people knew which one I was talking about. I was like, oh yeah, Teach said, and they go, oh yeah, right. Because all the other teachers I would still call by their names. It was just her that I'd called Teach, so people knew that was who I was referring to. Oh, on the minimap alone, you can already see that's where the Borbakis are, the bosses. Because they're gathered in like a cult. Ow. And when I was in William Parker, which is was my secondary school, there was another Robert as well. That was fun. There was only 2 Roberts in our year, myself and the other one. But the other one was a little shit that got in trouble all the time, and it really annoyed me because every time I'd hear, "Oh, Robert's done something again," I'm like, "I haven't done anything." Oh, you mean the other one? And it was really annoying. And it was like just after primary school as well, where when you got in trouble and your name got put on like the naughty list, they would just do initials. So they, like for me, like for example, when my last name starts with an M, they would just put RM. There was a kid on there, his name was Ryan, but his last name also started with an M, and he was also a little shit that always got in trouble. So I would just look at the board sometimes, see RM, and be like, what have I done? when I was a little kid, when I was in primary school. And for some reason they never got that idea to just put a second letter on either the first or last name to differentiate. Oh, excuse me. How many have we got? Oh, dead on 5. That's a Alphisis. I don't think we have it, more of you, so we need to get some of you. Oh, Elpheus. Beam them! Oh, they moved. Beam them again! I think this is a dead end, because it wants... Yeah. Oh, circles round. We have you, Hegel. Ow. I need to swap her off. Poor Nanano's getting beat the shit out of. I need to, like, give her a break. Alright, everything costs more SP. I missed the start of the game where every skill only costs 10 SP, so I could spam the shit out of them. Oh, so I was trying to read chat, I didn't realize there's another enemy in here. I was just, the thing was just like, what the fuck? I feel like I missed half the message. Let me scroll back. Because I just read, and that the demon kind. I'm like, wait a minute, what have I missed? Goddess. So I don't 100% understand your message because I think I missed something. We know up is... We can see on the minimap again, up is the Bobakis. Ow. Ow. Remember it's on YouTube. Oh, okay. How are we doing before we fight? There we go. More souls for our master. Them again. They're so creepy. They look like they're serving someone, and fanatically so. Normally, souls within which become revenants have a strong self-consciousness and don't act with other revenants. Maybe while they were alive, they were really reliant on other people. Oh, so that's why they're being used even after death. Newest souls, give your body your soul. Oh, you're distracted. Yeah, I had no idea what you were talking about for a minute. I don't know if that was revival. Oh, my nose. One day of autumn and suddenly I've got a runny nose. Like, ugh. At least let me... Oh, what do you mean to tap the mic? At least let me enjoy a little bit more of it being cooler before I start getting whatever. Ow, fucking these enemies. There's only one thing I'm going to remember from this game after we're done is the fucking Shadow Wizard Money Gang. These guys suck. I don't care if they love casting spells. They're so annoying. Ow! Please. Please. These enemies suck. Like there's a couple of enemies in this game that are like a little like whatever. I said most of the enemies are kind of whatever, but you know what I mean? Like they're not harmful. It's just okay. You deal with them, whatever. The Shadow Wizard Money Gang, these mages, the fact that they just only do range attacks and all of their range attacks try and inflict status conditions, and all of them always get instant knockback if they hit you, makes them so insufferable. That's the nemesis. I see. They're wagging their tails for nemesis, like Arashi. Kokoro. Nemesis. That revenant must be very charismatic. She's not special. She's just an egotistical scumbag revenant. His magic enemy mobs. It's just obnoxiously designed, the mage enemies. You know, knockback, always trying to get status conditions, always keep their distance. It's like please, you want to do anything else to make it more annoying, or are you just gonna, you know, like... How many souls we got? Okay, we got 2 more spaces. I got to actually be more wary of it now I know that they give you slightly more than 10 now each mission. Ow, 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 ow! Fuck it, leave me alone, Jesus Christ! Hey, level 52. Oh, Goddess, I finally just like decided, oh wait a minute, my chat's on top chat and not all chat. I put it on all chat, I finally got the first half of that message that I didn't get earlier. Or the demon kind thing. On topic of DMC, by the way, seems there's a rumor going around where people are saying that the overall lore of the story was a made-up fake fever dream. Yeah, no, that's just weird. Whatever. I don't think that's true at all. Now I've got the rest of it. I wonder what in that first message was deemed not worthy for top chat then, or like inappropriate for it. Because it's like usually like swearing puts it off, but that's about it. And like cusses, obviously. That's why I felt like I was missing half the message, so I literally was. You bitch! Hit me out the air, will you? Fucking have this. Fair enough. Trying to do a good fancy air combo, and he just went, I'm just gonna shoot you. God, I've already used half my heals in this mission. Ugh. There was a point where I was like, man, this game's too easy. I have so many heals and you just don't go through them. Oh, remember those times? Yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Now I'm eating them like candy, because, well, they are candy, so I guess, for example. But I'm going through them really quick. That's what I meant. Yeah, there's always going to be someone that like thinks it, and ultimately think whatever you want. Just You can theorize whatever you want as long as you don't suddenly start treating your theory as fact. The moment you start doing that, then you start to become very obnoxious very quick. And you go, well, actually, it's like, well, no, shut up. Yeah, every time I get to a new shop, I completely restock now because how quickly we burn up it. But you only usually get a shop at the start of a level. Unless there's a big boss at the end. If there's a boss at the end, then you get one just before the boss. I wish the peddler had more significance in this game. I mean, we're wearing the peddler's costume right now, but it's like, they just wasted this design. It's like, oh, here's your shopkeep, and all she says is, hi, do you want to buy something? And that's her entire purpose? Like, oh, come on, why do that with your character? Why have, like, this cool little, like, mage attire going on? And then have them not be, be relevant to anything? Why have I suddenly got, like, 5 different notifications? What's going on here? Okay, there we go. None of them were interesting. It was an email I'll look at, a message on Patreon, like a generic. Check your weekly analytics from YouTube. I was like, come on, there's nothing even remotely interesting here. It's all spiked up around the same time. Hey, get back here. I'm trying to pay attention because I know there's a split path coming up. And it's like, if I can see a split path where there's obviously a gate on the left, that's where the split is and that's where plot is, so we have to not go that way. Damn it. There we go. Ow! Ow! I was full health about half a second ago. Ow! Yeah, I mean, it's the only way to level up characters more. Because if you're not using someone, everyone else still. If you're using someone, everyone else still gets 80%. So they don't fall too far behind. The problem is that Kokoro's the least fun, so she ends up falling the most behind. But when we get to the split that's coming up, following the pattern, we're gonna have Kokoro with us. Because at the split, on the first run, Nanana was with us. On the second run, Sen was with us. So it makes sense that oh, here it is. It makes sense that on the third run, it's going to be Kokoro. Let's find out. Big sis. Huh? Right? Oh! Oh, this is different. She wasn't actually there last time. Oh. Uh-oh. What was she doing? She wasn't actually there. She just lured us over and called us. So happy you really came for me. But it would have been nice if you were a little more desperate. Mirai? Ray, what's going on? Oh, she was right there. Mirai was right there. I spy my little eye. No one. If it really was your sister, she wouldn't hide, right? I know it's Mirai. Let me guess, Koko's going to... Wait, Ray! Yep, there it is. Oh shit, Nanana got locked over there. Sen's on her own. Oh, I don't like this already. Sen's on her own. Now's not a good time for this. Is everyone okay? Uh-oh. I don't like the fact that Sen's on her own. That's very worrying. I'm fine, don't worry. No, it's A-okay. What about you, Ray? Ray seems to be alright. Because usually it's the other two stay together. No, they've really split everyone off. He seems to be alright. I'm sorry, but I'm certain it was Mirai. Don't worry about it. I understand that you can't stay calm if you saw your sister. That's right, but what should we do? We're all separated. Rei is here with me. Looks like we need to stay split for now. Hopefully we can meet up somewhere. Got it. No, we'll dash to meet up. Kokoro, please take care of Rei. Make sure she doesn't overexert herself. You got it. I'll do just that. I won't let anyone come between me and my sweet Rei. That's weird, but reassuring, I guess. Sen and Nanana, you be careful too. We can't afford to lose any one of us. Alright, Kokoro, time to pull your weight. God, please, Kokoro, I'm trying my best to make you look decent. I think, ow. This is our only, like, good skill. Like, the free shuriken things that she throws out, because it also inflicts status conditions. And because she gets 5 SP per hit, that's more than what anyone else gets per hit, Kokoro can get the SP back to do that more often again. See, I see she does have one decent thing in her arsenal. She just gets SP back to spam her one good skill more often. Stay put. Thank you. Didn't even kill it. Thank. Mirai's nowhere to be seen. I sense her presence, but it's like a lingering sense, constantly changing and fading. Even when I saw her, it didn't seem like the Mirai I know. I'm scared. I feel like I won't be able to see Mirai again. You'll see her again, as long as you don't give up, Rei. Kokoro, am I being desperate enough? I'm desperate to find Mirai, right? I think so, why do you ask? Mirai told me I should be more desperate. Maybe you misheard her. I don't know Mirai, but I can't say for sure. But from what you told me about her, I don't think that's right. That's true, maybe I misheard her because I was confused. Yeah, there's no way Mirai would say that. No use thinking about it here. We should return to the real world. But first, we got something to take care of. These guys, they're the ones wagging their tail for a nemesis. Yeah, usually we bump into nemesis here. But because we usually bump into Mirai at this spot, and then nemesis scares her off. Worship the Revenant Princess. We are no longer serve nemesis. We serve the Revenant Princess, who has returned. So yeah, okay, they're dropping the hammer early now that the princess and nemesis are not the same. She is the only one worthy of our servitude. What does it mean? These guys aren't Nemesis's goons? And isn't Nemesis the Revenant Princess? We are all joining together as demanded by the Revenant Princess. We are many in one. Our name is Bourbaki. There are too many. There's only 2 of us. Heraclitus. That makes 3. No, far more. My master, I'm grateful for your kind words. Dear Genis, I can't remember the last time I called you out. Dear Genis is here like, oh shit, it's my time! I gotta do something! Different now? Yeah, because like, they usually don't... In the first run, they didn't know that the Revenant Princess and Nemesis were different until it was way too late. They were literally about to die. On the second run, they learned it just before the final chapter because Sen explained it when she realized that Nemesis was her mother and thus couldn't be the Revenant Princess that's been around for forever. But now on this one, they're learning off the rip. Ah, fuck. I just need to tornado them to death. Stay in the corner. I'm not going to let these fuckers do anything. Stay in the corner. Stay here. What you pissed off bit? Yeah. I need 4C for that. That should be it. They're all gone now. Couldn't ask about Nemesis or the Revenant Princess. Besides, they weren't capable of chatting anyway. What were they? Maybe weak-willed beings that relied on the strong, both before they died and after they became Revenants. Compared to them, maybe it's more human to pursue your own ego. Anyway, let's get some rest and head back to the real world. That's different as well, that little bit. On the first loop, Ray just passed out and Nana was busy. On the second loop, Ray just passed out and Sen had to step in. On this one, they both agreed to go back, so they didn't want passed out. They agreed to stop and rest. Ray? Hey, what is it, Kokoro? Did Sen or Nana call you? No, they haven't. I called them a few times, but they're not picking up. I'll try calling them too. Please, maybe they're still fighting in Purgatory. I can't imagine those two falling the Revenants. Still. Sen and Nana should be fine. Yeah, I'll see you in Purgatory. Let's get all this out of our system. Colourful Principle. Oh, you need my Shadow Light. Oh, that's kind of good. That's kind of good. Increases SP, P was P attack. Got it. Like physical attack, magic attack, and mentality. That's kind of good. Jeez, I'm wondering. Oh, it's just straight up better than what we had. Okay. Yeah, we were on 120 physical attack and 180 magic attack, and we're going up to 250 and 210. It's just straight up better. Okay, understood. Finally getting some upgrades. 187.72 to 330. Holy Alright, Kokoro might be decent again finally. That's still a no. That's still a no. We have got another My Shadow Light though, so I can equip that on someone else. Hey, where was that recall active alt? There it is. Yeah, fucking enjoy. Enjoy. Damn, there's the upgrades we've been missing. Oh, I need to put some things on that. Okay. Give me something cool. Recover 3% HP per 10 seconds? Nah, I'm good. That sounds kind of meh. 20% boost in magic attack, however, I am game for. Paralysis immunity. Nah. Nah, one more. Fuck, okay, fine, I guess I'll keep that. Ah, I need broken force joy. Okay. Okay, Melius is all done, so I need to keep that in mind. Remember the woman who died of disease? She regretted dying before she got her family back. The last memory we got is the two of them were struck by a truck. She refused to accept the truth. She decided to believe that they would come back one day. And you got your second and third. Idea recrystallized and became Alcea. This allowed them to affect the real world, creating miracles. This is literally the law demon. We learned that there was a Revenant King. We're learning that Alceas allow you to affect the real world, which we didn't really know before. The Revenant King was eventually defeated by a newer, stronger manager. The original manager was delegated to collecting souls. In the beginning, he received enough money to buy himself food at a store. She came home very late every day. Later, his mother only came home once a week. He ate only once a week. His hunger made him eat something fatal in the room. As a prosecutor who took good care of her when she got in trouble, it was she who instigated the relationship. She raised the child alone by herself. She worried for her daughter. Even in death, her child's name meant hope for a future. I'm just thinking about that one, that was all. Explain the Bourbaki's numerous past lives is not easy. However, their pasts are all similar. They lived with no great events. Those who became a part of Bourbaki are those who followed the command of others. That is the majority of them. Now, actually, we can try and get a hold... I mean, not gonna, but we can try and get a hold of Sen and Nanana. Inflection point. Dun dun dun. Gotta save first and then we'll dive in. Oh wow, look at our new sword that we just got. Look at that little rainbow crystal sword. That's actually pretty sick. Another great day in Purgatory, ain't it, Ray? What kind of day would that be? I was just kidding. Wasn't ready for your response. Like, it seems like it's gonna rain blood, you know? That's not a very great day. Good point. Anyway, hate to admit it, but without Nanana's nonsensical comments, things feel much sadder. Yeah, she was always here to welcome us to Purgatory. Though she can sometimes overstep her boundaries. Oh, I completely agree. And Sen isn't here either. It's like when we first met. Rain blood, Slayer. We haven't achieved our goals yet, but I still firmly believe we will. As do I. I believe that with all my heart. Let's get through this together, Ray. Yeah, I like this new sword we got. It looks kind of nice. Hey, shopkeep, I'll take your entire stock. These are discounted. Look, they're 300. There's 300 of them. When? Oh, does she like us? Why did she? When did she start discounting? Oh Jesus, yeah. We've gone from doing like 800 to 900 on the tornado to 2,000. Yeah, this sword's good. How about Kokoro? Is she better off for it? Yeah, 600 on a punch. Damn. Fuck it, of course you moved into not good range. Also means I need to hopefully try and get souls that will lead to better weapons for the other two. Because otherwise we got 2 characters that are doing pretty good damage and 2 that just aren't in comparison now. But hey, the whole time Sen and Nanana aren't in the party, Kokoro is naturally starting to catch up. Because the other 2 just don't get experience. Yeah, I can shoot projectiles too, you fuck. Oh no, I reversed the enemy's controls. You know, the enemy that physically can't move. Oh no, whatever will it do? Oh, this is a dead end. Whoops. Once again, you'd think I'd know these map layouts by now. It's the same we've done twice, but my biggest overcry Makino is more creative level design. Genuinely. I don't know if it's just because it's brighter, so I notice it more, but I feel like this sword's longer than the other one as well. But I don't know if it's just because the last sword we had was like black, and so it would kind of just vanish sometimes, like blended in. Whilst this is so bright in so many colours that you can't not notice it. Gotta go, I need to sleep. No worries, Goddess, thanks for popping in. You rest up. Well, that worked out better than I thought it would. I thought I was only going to hit one of them, but it somehow caught on the backswing. And his shortbreads are okay. So we haven't bumped into any mages from to start taking my status condition items this mission. That's why I'm full. Ow, ow. Ow. Anytime I approach a big space, I was like, enemies gonna spawn in. If there's no enemies in it, I have to assume it's blood. But they just took a second to spawn in. So I wasn't sure until we got closer. I was about to turn around and they popped in. that's probably the right way to go because the warp's over there, so I'm going to head this way first. So let's see what we can loot. And it also means more time with Kokoro trying to catch up in levels, because Jesus Christ. But obviously, like, Rei is going to have more levels because she's the only one that's always a part of whatever split. So all the rest have had a set amount of time out of the party. Except Rei. But it's just if Kokoro can stop being, you know, around 51 to 52, where everyone else is, that would be nice. That's too close, yep. Hey, we shoot a lot, stop it. Stop it? I don't remember what that's from. Oh, well, in an ideal world, I could have just dropped the laser beams and then forgot. I could have just left them to it and they would have been fine. But no, one of you had to survive. One of you had to escape the beams. Of course you ran away. Oh, that was kind of a waste. I thought the big guy was still alive. Oh well. But then, like, whilst we're working through this, something to talk about, Tokyo Game Show is this week, which is, like, of all, like, the game announcement-esque conventional things, is usually the one I look forward to most, because it's usually when, like, some of the more niche things that I know will be right up my alley tend to show up. I noticed there were a few big guns, because, you know, Xbox are still desperate to make an impact in Japan, and so, like, there's, like, an Xbox show in it, and, like, there's a few rumors that something Castlevania might be in it, which would make sense if so, even if it's just, like, a port or something, considering the anime drops in a couple weeks. It'd make sense to have some kind of, you know, game coming out near it as well, to be like, hey, here you go, you know? But outside of that, like, Koei Tecmo, we know, are doing something, and they've got a dedicated show talking about the mobile game, which is going to be interesting, because the show, I think, starts after it's out in Japan. So we'll have to see what that's about, among other things. But it's just kind of like, just in general, like, Tokyo Game Show is the one where it's like, the things that are for me tend to squeeze in and show up, so I'm excited for it. And so, you know, if there's anything interesting announcing, I'll be talking about it on stream, like I did that, the Tomb Raider announcement with that, Direct the other day. Just if they do announce like something Castlevania, especially if it's like a HD collection, hey Konami, can you like not release it in fucking February, please? There's too much in February. Because there's only 3 reasonable collections if they're going to do HD collections that are yet to come out. The DS collection, which would be godly, because Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, and Order of Ecclesia are all fantastic games. Or the 3D collection of like the main 2. And like the 3D collection, assuming it is all the 3D games, that's Castlevania 64, Legacy of Darkness, Lament of Innocence, and Curse of Darkness. The first 2 aren't canon anymore, because they were made by a different team, 64 and Legacy. But they're still interesting games, because they're the earliest like 3D Castlevanias, both on the Nintendo 64. Whilst Lament of Innocence and Curse of Darkness were, like, you know, part of the main canon, and I love both those games. Curse of Darkness especially, even if the map's too big for its own good, it's still great. But the last collection, and it's the one that's kind of like the easiest one to do because it's already from the HD generation, so it'd just be like a graphic cleanup, would be the reboot trilogy. So Lord of Shadows, Mirror of Fate, and Lord of Shadows 2. Because, Lord of Shadows was already on PS3 and 360, Mirror of Fate got a remaster on PS3 and 360, and Lord of Shadows 2 is also on PS3 and 360. So literally, like, it's right there. And, like, they're all, you just have to, like, update them a little bit and then they're good. And just include their DLCs. So, like, include the Chapter 13 and 14 for Lord of Shadows, and include the a la carte DLC for Lord of Shadows 2. Where are you, Sen and Nanana? Hope they were able to meet up with each other. I'm worried about Mirai too. No, it's... What the Revenant said earlier has been bothering me. What is it? Regarding the Revenant Princess, we always thought that she was Nemesis. If they are different people, that means there's another Revenant with strong powers like Nemesis. Good point. That could be the case, but I don't think we need to worry about it now. We haven't come across the Revenant Princess yet. We shouldn't worry about something that may or may not appear in front of us. For now, we should rest and heal up, so we can get prepared for whatever happens. Yeah, you're right. Oh. Meanwhile, in the villain lair... Oh, I'm surprised. So much of your Revenant powers have already returned. I was surprised too. A soul I happened to toy with became a revenant and dragged me back into purgatory. You think this is a game? It's not. I don't care what you think. This is the story of my revenge. I will make you experience how it feels to be separated from someone dear to you. I'm going to kill Rei Hitada right in front of you. I will make you hear her torments. If that's a joke, I'm not laughing. The only person who can do anything to Big Sis is me, her little sister. I'll show you. Oh, didn't Rei Hitada kill you? That's right, and now she's only focused on me. Isn't guilt a great way to bind someone to you? A person dear to me was taken by a raving lunatic. Oh well. Looks like the lunatic princess needs some discipline. Oh, I don't want to show Big Sis, so I can't do this for long. Sorry, Miss Doll. You still think I'm your toy? Arrogant child, I'll break you apart. Meanwhile... Mirai, where are you? Rei, were you able to get some rest? My strength is back, but... Are you still feeling unsettled? Let's keep going. It might be better to move instead of overthinking things. It's like little do they know, at least in this cycle, that Mirai is the Revenant Princess. What's funny is that's exactly how Plato was. Oh, and that. Oh, okay. So now their names make more sense, and it isn't just weird references. Like their demon form names make more sense. Yeah. So they were actually clever about it. That's cool. and they weren't just naming shit for the sake of it. Ow! I'm glad you're here, because like, all of it was just names. I just went all over my head. I gathered there was something fancy, but I didn't know if they were philosophers or anything. So it was you saying, oh yeah, they're this and that. I was like, oh. This is a reused asset. I know, like, this map is extremely, like, every map in this game reuses shit. But this is literally, that's the gate that closes behind you in the previous level. Where you get split off. And that's the gate that cut Nanana off. That literally is, because you go through here and then we went down a path. This is like straight up reusing the level. Come on, guys, come on. Like, that's Mind that was one scene. Yeah, true. I've done these levels loops enough times that I'm like, hang on a minute, I'm starting to notice where they cut these fucking corners. No, that's cool. Yeah, because I would never have known. I'd never would have known. I would have just gone about my business like, oh yeah, that's just like Pluto, whatever, you know? Or Plato. But there's a few things I get, like when I eventually cover Okami, which is part of the 500 sub-goal, that game is fucking knee-deep in culture references to, like, ancient mythologies. Like, everything links to something, and it's like, if you know, you get so much more of a head start on not only, like, where the story's going, but what the character motivations and where they're going in life is gonna be. Like, you meet Susanoo, and if you know anything about Susanoo, you start to pick up on what's going on with him. Like, you learn about Orochi, and if you know anything about Yamato no Orochi, you already know where that's going. You know, like, if you have a bit of a heads up or a bit of a catch-on, when you play through Okami, you notice so many fucking, like, culture references that give you a heads up on the story pieces. But yeah, Susanoo was in, like, a villager, who lived in the village closest to the volcano, who was seen as a nobody who couldn't do anything, who was eventually encouraged by his dog to take down the dragon of the volcano that kept on stealing women. And he did it by, instead of fighting it honorably, by making the creature drunk. Because he literally poisoned its water supply with alcohol, with a shit ton of sake, to make it drunk, and then killed it when it was an easy thing to do. Whilst Orochi is the nine-headed serpent. Or Yamato no Orochi. So if when you play it, and you see that Susanoo is this complete drunk bozo in this back alley, like area in the game, it's like you immediately are like, oh, I bet that alcohol that he's drinking is going to be the same one he poisons Orochi with. And it's before Orochi's even introduced properly, and you're like, oh, I bet Orochi's in this game, and then suddenly you find this giant, like, cave, like this evil cave in a giant volcano base, and you're like, gee, I wonder. And then later in the story, it's like, oh, Orochi stole someone. You're like, oh, man. Some of it was a little far-fetched. Like, when I was a kid, I already kind of knew about Susanoo and, like, Orochi, but I didn't know about, like, Lechku and Nechku at all. So that was like that one was a fun to learn, but you go through it and you kind of get a better understanding. Or like how the final boss is literally Yumi. Like, well, is it Yumi or Yagi? I can't remember, but it's Yumi, the origin of humanity's darkness in Japanese mythology. And it's a 5-phase final boss, and each phase is symbolic of an evil that only mankind can commit. And it's like, if you know the lore and you know what it means, you notice the first phase being like, you know, so like destructive of explosions, because it's, you know, the Yami, yeah. You notice it being like, you know, the destruction of it. One of the phases, it turns into a slot machine, the gambling of humanity's evils. And then the final phase is a giant hand, because all evil comes with human hand. And it's like, if you notice it, it's cool as fuck. I'm genuinely looking forward to going through Okami again. This is the only thing with Okami, and it's why I made it a sub-goal instead, is that that game is hella fucking long. It will take a very long time for me to get through it. And that game had one of the most satisfying final phases to a final boss. Full stop. The fourth phase is so absurdly hard. Well, at least for me, one of the most satisfying final phases. It's so fucking hard. It's so bullshit. It's got so much health. You're at it for ages. Then you get your thing where it wins against you anyway. You suffer greatly. Like, you know, you get defeated, and like the spirit of your friends powers you on to fight again. You finally awaken to your true goddess form. You summon the sun, and it immediately makes the machine break in half and spit out its core onto the ground as it starts shriveling, and you just feel like a beast. Do you have Legend Dragoon? I was originally going to do a review for it, but having to take my attention away from it constantly to write notes and whatnot made it very unfun, so I decided against it. So at some point, I'm probably just going to stream it. But having to constantly stop made it very dull, and so I was like, no, I want to actually be able to just enjoy it for what it is without feeling like I need to keep stopping. Because I didn't feel like I was really appreciating it. And what didn't help is that when I was taking notes, like for a review, it made me more aware of the things that the director or the team took inspiration from when making it. And so there was a few too many times in my notes I was like, oh, this is kind of like this in this other game. Oh, this is kind of like this. And eventually, like, it started to come across in my notes like the game wasn't original at all. Which obviously that's not the case, but that's how it was starting to come across because it took so much inspiration from other titles. Whilst then, on top of it, making its own thing. And it's like, it was just everything was just working against me making a review for it, so I decided eventually I'll just stream it. I don't know when, because my schedule's kind of messy, obviously, but it will happen eventually. I mean, Trails from Zero was an eventually, and it's the next proper game I plan to cover when this is done. So, like, we'll get there eventually, I just don't know when. Especially with how stacked early next year is. Because I was really hoping next year would be quieter so I could get more on top of things. But no, next year is... January's got stuff I'm interested in, and February's got a lot I'm interested in. Well, because, like, the first thing is, like... There was, like, because you say unique perspective. Like, there's a number of things that remind me of Wild Arms. But anything that reminds me of Wild Arms, I 110% get because it's the exact same team. So anything that makes me think, oh, that kind of reminds me of Wild Arms. Like, well, they did make Wild Arms before making this, so there's going to be some things they learned from those games that they're going to apply to Legend Dragoon. So that makes sense. You know? Like, so that makes sense, that of course they're going to take notes from their previous works. Or, like, the whole interactive system where, like, certain moves ask you to do a button press. Like, just before you, just before it to get more damage and whatnot. Or like they said, the QTE system. Final Fantasy VIII beat it to the punch by 6 months, unfortunately. And that isn't it took inspiration because their developments would have been too close. That was just unfortunate timing that Square Enix got the exact same idea and did it 6 months prior. So even that, it just barely lost its originality. Because they were both in Japan 1999 games. Actually, I say that, and Final Fantasy VIII hit the world in 1999. Whilst Legend Dragoon took an extra year to get to America and an extra year beyond that to get to Europe. So, if you lived in Europe, it was even more less original because it was a 2-year difference from Final Fantasy VIII's release. I was saying that's just unfortunate timing. That that wasn't like, they took notes from development or inspiration. That's unfortunate timing that both teams came up with the same idea at the same time, and Final Fantasy VIII just came out 6 months before it in Japan. It just unfortunately got worse because Legend Dragoon took an extra year. It took until 2000 to come out in America. And so the gap of time from people being used to what 8 could do was longer. And took until early 2001 to come out in Europe, so even longer. But things like that is what I mean. It's like, there's so much of Legend Dragoon where it's so, it is genuinely fun when you just sit down and play it. But when I was taking notes and doing it critically, I started noticing all the things that other games just did. Like they said, there was some that it just took inspiration from, like I said, with Wild Arms, which makes sense because it's the same team. Yeah, and it's funny as well, because like Final Fantasy VIII, it was still a beloved game, and it's still a fan favorite for a lot of people, but when it first came out, it was considered one of, if not the worst Final Fantasy. But it still did insanely well, and was still like, this critically acclaimed thing that then in Japan, Legend Dragoon was 6 months after it. I'm just like, oh, that's unfortunate. But it is what it is. Like, we can't, like, it's one of those things. It's like, it's so many years ago now. It is what it is. Legend of Dragoons, like, as much as people always tell me it's really underrated, and to be fair, I can see it from the bits I played, it still managed to do 1 million copies worldwide. And although that was, you know, stretched out over 3 time periods, 1 million copies, especially during the PS1, is nothing to fucking scoff at. That's still pretty damn good, you know? Even if it took a while to get there, because I think it was like 200,000 in Japan, 400,000 in the US. Oh no, sorry, 500,000 in the US, and then the rest was like European regions. So like, it still did pretty damn good. I think the real shame is that the team that were working on it, when I did my note-taking, already started working on a sequel. The second it was out in Japan, they already started working on it. They were ready for Legend of Dragoon 2, regardless of how it did. It was Sony, because they were owned by Sony, that stepped in and encouraged them to work on other projects instead, because Legend of Dragoon didn't do the sale numbers they wanted at first. And by the time it did reach 1 million units, it was already 2 years removed from its Japanese release, so 2 years removed from like Sony's Care release. And I think that's the real shame, because they were already working on a fucking sequel, you know? Like, they were ready. They had plans to do something new with Legend of Dragoon, and it just fell through because Sony discouraged them at the time, because it just didn't make the unit sales they wanted. Which is always tragic to hear. That's always like the worst possible outcome, that like the team were ready for a sequel and it just didn't get to happen. Yeah, in retrospect, I agree. At the time, I can kind of understand Sony probably looking at Japan's sales at the time and going, 200,000 units? Work on something else. When Wild Arms 2 did like 700,000 units in Japan, and that came out like a year prior to it, I can get it in that Sony's perspective of saying, no, work on something else. It's just as a shame that it ended up, like, I think the lifetime sales of Legend of Dragoon ended up overtaking Wild Arms. You know, like, it was just one of those things that it's like, in hindsight, we can see it, but at the time, I kind of get it. Even if they were a bit hasty, but then that's their fault for making it a whole fucking year before it comes out in America, and not getting on that immediately. If Square Enix could make it that there was only, I think it was only a couple months, because it was out in 1999 across the world eventually, but I think there's only like a couple month difference to get the localization out for FF8 in the West. Yeah, the music I heard in 8, so obviously I didn't hear everything, so I only played for a couple hours. The music I heard were all great tracks for Dragoon. But that was what I kind of expected, because once again, I've played Wild Arms, and I love Wild Arms music, and so I knew it was in safe hands. It was the same development team. I don't know if it's the same composer at all, but I know it's in the hands of the same, like, development team, so I expected they would have, like, a quality assurance of making sure the music's good regardless of who goes in, you know? And I would stream Final Fantasy VIII at some point to kind of like demonstrate my point, and like you'd see what I mean, where it's like, although there are subtle differences, because obviously they didn't borrow from each other, it's just they both came up with a similar idea, but you could see like the DNA where it's like where FF8 did just beat it to the punch, unfortunately, with the QTE system. The only reason I wouldn't though is because I'm not a big fan of like the whole first half of Final Fantasy VIII. It's really grindy. It's not as bad as other Final Fantasy grinds, but it is kind of grindy, and I find it very dull and boring, and that kind of, I don't think it would be fun to stream. The latter half is fantastic, once you're set, and you're just going through the motions of the story, and going through the creative dungeons and whatnot. It's just that first half. And I get why people weren't as, like, people dropped it at the time, because Final Fantasy VII, you're only grinding for super bosses if you go through like original 7. If you just fight everything along the path and don't worry about it, you're always appropriately leveled for each encounter. Whilst 8, because of its new system of directly equipping magic onto your stats, you need to grind that cure spell to make it better, so then when you apply it to your health, you get more health. You know, if you want like your fire sword to do more damage, you need to upgrade your fire spell and then equip it onto it so it gets better. You know, and that takes time, that takes grinding. And when there's secret enemies that only have like one-of-a-kind spells for you to drain off them, so if you want, say, like Meteor, you need to know exactly what one enemy has it, and then you need to grind in that area to just get that specific enemy. as many times as you need. Potentially up to 100 times, depending on what the spell is. I'm not kidding, because you can cap it up to 100. And some spell charges are only worth 1. It starts to become a bit messy. But it's also the Final Fantasy game where you can get the ultimate weapon less than a third into the story if you play your cards right. You just need to drain the right spells and then go to the right person and you're sorted. As soon as you get to the big city, you can just turn it in and get the weapon. And then there you go, you have Lionheart. That's awful. Yeah, it's like, once you're in the motion for it, it's fine. Once you're set up, you just start taking whatever you get as you go. And you're fine. Like, oh, you've got 100 fire on right now. Oh, you just, like, you fought an enemy that they dropped 10 fire. Well, I will just keep that in my back pocket and keep on using 100 fire. And then later on, when I pick up more, I can just naturally adjust. Like, you don't need to grind anymore because you've already done it at first. And your stats will hold. And by the time they don't, you've got the better stuff anyways. Only if you're, like, min-maxing, you have more trouble. It's just you have to do that first grind, you know? So like you start the game, go into the open field, and the first like basic 2 enemies, you're just standing at the beach grinding water spells off the fish, and then standing in the fields grinding like blizzard spells off the monkey things or whatever they're called. And then as soon as you get them, you're good. They did make it easier on the PS4 remaster. On the PS4 remaster, at the press of a button, you can make the entire game run at triple speed. And at the press of another button, you can make it so you have unlimited health and magic. Basically, you have God mode. So you can make the grinding non-existent if you're just doing that grinding. You just turn both on and do it. Because it's like, well, you don't want to keep on wasting heals. I'm going to go back to town to rest at the inn or whatever. So you just save time. You put it on triple speed, you turn on God mode, you just rinse it. Because that was the beauty of the PS1 remasters. All 3 of them, they have a triple speed modifier that you can turn on at any point, a God mode modifier, and a disable random encounters. So if you're just trying to get through something and don't want to deal with enemies, you can just disable random encounters entirely. Final Fantasy IX took the extra mile as well, but Final Fantasy IX has hard cheats built into its remaster, but if you use any of the hard cheats, it disables trophies. Because like one hard cheat immediately makes you level 99, one gives you unlimited money, you know, things like that. One unlocks every single spell immediately. Like it's complete like just cheat code mode. But if you turn on any of them, it disables trophies, so you can't use any of them to like speed up the trophy requirements of that game. Which is a real shame, because getting to the final dungeon in under 14 hours actually seems doable if I could just make myself level 99 out the gate. Because yes, that is a trophy. You have to get Excalibur Point 2. And Excalibur Point 2 is, the only way to get it is to get to the very first treasure chest within the final dungeon of the game in under 14 hours. Otherwise, a looter will take it before you get there, and it'll just be an empty chest. And the game's like, usually like 40 hours long, so you have to like hard push to speedrun that shit. Right. Going back to the subject of this game, up ahead is where we usually fight Nemesis, but I think that what's going to be different in this run is that Nemesis is going to be dealt with by Mirai off-screen. So we might bump into Mirai instead. Kokoro, someone's there, it's... Nemesis. Oh, never mind, I'll just shut up then. Oh, how ironic, seeing you at a time like this. There's nothing ironic about us meeting you here. This was destined from the moment you destroyed my life. Maybe you're right. We're all part of a story of revenge tied together by fate. I will never change, but it looks like I wasn't the protagonist. I'm tired. Let's put an end to this scene. Will you help me, Kokoro Fudoji? Never thought I was the protagonist. My dream was to live a normal life as a bride. In order to move on, I'll get back the life I lost. Nemesis, we'll end it right here. Go Diogenes! This is where our story ends. This is not a bad way for me to go, since I couldn't get my revenge. Yeah, she just got beat the shit out of by Mirai, and so now she's saying, fuck it, let's go for it. Also, I like how Ray said fucking nothing in that scene. She just kind of stood there. Diogenes? Oh, is that some other philosopher then? It's just the name of her, her devil trigger. This thing. The wolf thing with the claws. moral relativism. Ooh, interesting. Of course, the final explosion missed. Wow, and Nemesis kind of isn't fighting back. She's just kind of taking her... There we go. She's just kind of taking her licks. Student of Socrates? That's interesting, because guess what Sen's summon is called? Socrates. You know, the one that's like, they kind of have a thing for each other, but that's kind of been dropped as the story's gone on because other important shit's kicked in instead. Oh, whoops, let me back up. Yeah, Nemesis really isn't fighting back much at all. She's just kind of taking her licks for the most part, maybe now and then doing like a basic get off me attack. What's in their flanks? Fair enough. I probably won't because I'm not that interested, but I get that it's cool to like know on the fly, but it's not something I would look into like personally, you know? Yeah, Nemesis really is... Oh, it's Socrates. Of course it is. The worst part is I knew it was Socrates. I don't know why I started calling it Socrates. Hey, hey, look, that's an attack that Sen can do. It's almost like she's her mother. Man, this doesn't feel like a boss fight, this feels like a beatdown. This feels like we're just bullying this woman. And there's nothing interrupting. And the other two runs, you get like about a third of the way through the fight, and the other two show up. They're still missing. I'm just letting, like, Kokoro do this whole fight, because it's her revenge. She's earned it, with all the shit I give her. It's weird, herbal. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, now she's finally fighting back a little bit. I realized the theme that's playing isn't a boss theme, it's a remix of a level theme. That's why I paused it for a second, because I recognized the chorus. I was like, hang on a minute, I've heard this track. This isn't a boss theme, this is just a level theme. Even the game thinks this is not, like, significant, it's just a slight remix of it. I wonder if it's going to get mentioned that that wasn't really much of a fight. Now, fulfill your revenge. You have the right. Don't have any final words? Oh, you're giving me time? You're too kind. My only regret is, I'm waiting to see her one more time. Who are you talking about? Do you mean your child? I don't know. My missing memories will never return. Name, a face, I'll never remember. Same goes to me. I never got to call their name or see their face. My precious child, taken away by you before they were even born. Let's finish this. I should have put Kokoro in the default costume for this. She looks kind of silly. Diogenes. Sorry for making you do this. Jesus! These two are gonna be like, huh, that shouldn't happen! Yeah, these two aren't gonna be happy about that because we're not following their script anymore. They're gonna be like, that shouldn't happen! Hey, Mephis, doesn't something seem off? I agree, Phyllis. This was such an anticlimactic ending. What were we looking forward to was the best kind of tragedy. The type that makes me laugh uncontrollably. So disappointing. This is the worst. With such a boring end, an attractive idea will not be born. What are you gonna do, Mephis? I know not what to do, Phyllis. If it's not going to be tragic, perchance we shall change things around a bit. From a tragedy to a comedy. Yeah, okay. I wrote this splendid comedy. Yeah, they weren't happy that we weren't following their script anymore. Ray, Kokoro, Nanana. Can anyone hear me? I can't find anyone. There are only revenants around. I know you're there. Show yourself. Female revenant? Are you Nemesis? Sen. I wanted to see you. How do you know my name? Of course I know it. I was the who named you, Sen. I think there's a word missing in there. I was the who named you. I was the one who named you, Sen. What? Not just your name. I know everything about you. I watched you for over 16 years, since the day I gave birth to you. Enough nonsense. My mother has the right to say that. Soma Megumi-ba. That was my name before I became Nemesis. Good, those were real words. Said that's enough. Mother died during the bus accident. The way I look, of course you won't believe a word I say. Please come here. I can show you everything. Don't be foolish. You think I'd listen to the words of a revenant? I was so unreliable. Caused you so much trouble. Like when I broke up with your father, Seishiro, because I couldn't believe in his justice. Please. Before I disappear. Please come to your mother, Sen. My dear daughter. Is it really you? Mother? I'm glad. You called me Mother again. Mother? I found you. But why? Listen, Sen. I was killed by Kokoro Fudoji. What? But that's... Kokoro Fudoji thought I was the one who caused her despair. But it's all just a delusion she made up after she lost her family. I don't think that's Nemesis at all. I think that's one of the demon twins fucking with her. I never hurt her or her family. She just wanted someone to blame, and that someone was me. How can that be? Kokoro isn't like that. I begged her to the very end. I wanted her to know that I'm not the one she should be after. I'm your mother. She wanted to see you. She wouldn't stop. She laughed as she struck me again and again, as if she was enjoying her delusional revenge. That can't... I was killed because of Kokoro Fudoji's delusions. No more time left. I wanted to ask you something. Mother. No, Mother. Listen, can you fulfill my wish? I'm just gonna say, and kill Kokoro. I want you to get revenge on Kokoro Fudoji, the one who killed your mother. And hopefully Sen will eventually realize and be like, my mother would never have asked for something like that. She's going through, she's literally, I just realized she's going through Alucard's story arc in Symphony of the Night. From Castlevania Symphony of the Night. She's literally going through Alucard's story arc, where a demon poses as Alucard's mother and says, you should get revenge on the humans. And eventually Alucard goes, you're not my mother. You're an imitation of her. And for that I will strike you down. We finally defeated Nemesis. We still don't know where Mirai is. Chapter 7. Distorted dramaturgy? What? Is that supposed to be like drama and purgatory? What? I don't know that word. They keep on throwing words at me. No, I'll keep what I've got. The magic defense boost is huge, but I'll keep what I've got for now. That one's meaning. Let me look it up then. Oh, dramaturgy, the theory and practice of dramatic composition. Fuck, I just come back, yep. I just came back and saw that. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, that rain's coming in. Ray? Kokoro, are you sleeping? Oh. Yeah. Oh, she has a cute sleepy voice. Sorry, should I call you back? Oh, no, it's fine, I'm just drowsy. So if not being the usual cheerful big sis Kokoro. It's understandable. You were after Nemesis for a long time. That's right, I finally defeated Nemesis. But for some reason, my dreams are still the same. I was attacked by Nemesis in front of a monument at school. I was still a weak student. Yeah, all the chapter names get so extra sometimes. I couldn't protect my baby. It's a dream I've had so many times. And not once was I able to. Kokoro, Nemesis is gone now. Time will cure everything. I hope so. Thanks, Ray. You're such a good wife. No problem. I'm not your wife, you know. Speaking of wives, were you able to... Speaking of wives, were you able to get a hold of Sen or Nanana? Speaking of wives, fuck off, Kokoro. I was going to ask you the same thing. Nothing yet. I'm sure the two of them are okay, but can't help but worry. They can handle specters and normal revenants, but this is the Revenant Princess. I thought it was Nemesis, but according to that Bourbaki, there's another one. Yeah, that's dangerous. Revenant is still out there. I like that for like, it felt like for almost a second, Ray just kind of went with it. She went, yeah, no problem. I'm not your wife. So she had to stop for a second and go, hang on a minute. Dangerous Revenant is still out there. We should head back to Purgatory right away. Will you come with me, Kokoro? Of course! My objective is to defeat Nemesis, but I'll follow you until the end, Ray. I can't just leave my cute wife all alone. I'm not your wife. Thank you, Kokoro. Jokes aside, I can't just stop fighting in Purgatory thanks to my contracts. Unless the demons release us. Release. I don't think they will. They think of us as handy pawns. Is that really the case? Hmm? I don't know, but we're probably less than pawns to them. It's just a weird feeling I have. Don't let it bother you. Anyway, we need to meet up with Sen and Nanana. That's our biggest priority right now. Yes. See you in Purgatory. Oh, speaking of the demons. Yep. Added a new ordeal. Once you are ready, carry on, but let not your guard down. Discord. I wonder how long we're going to go without the other half of the party. Mirandola, you need money in order to get things, but there were things money couldn't buy, which is why he started stealing. To be happy he stole what he already wanted. He lost focus and slipped. He saw his sad face when he fell past the window. The Resident loves him. You have 7 notifications. Yeah, I know. That's how it feels. Oh, and we finally have Nemesis down. A revenant of a woman with overwhelming power. She dragged Rei and Mirai into Purgatory for her own purpose. Kokoro sought revenge against her. In life, her name was Soma Megumiba. Her soul fragmented when she died. She lost her memory and her looks changed. So that means we're not fighting Parmenides. No, not Parmenides. Plato, sorry. Because Plato is like what we fight from Nemesis. I am going to change it back to the defaults because it started to look. It looked a little silly, to be honest. I can't change the other two's costumes because they have to be with us to let us maybe do that. But still. Let me get optional ordeal 3 out the way because, you know, trophies. Need to get all the optional ordeals done for the trophy. Even if we're missing half the party. Hopefully we'll reunite. Actually, I kind of hope we don't reunite yet. I want Sen to figure out that, like, the person who was talking to her wasn't her mother and was full of shit first. Before this starts happening. Because that's the thing, like, in the first run, Kokoro ended up trying to kill Sen, and they ended up in those two going to a bloodbath. In the second run, they ended up managing to find a middle ground and come to an understanding. And now in this one, it's going to be the other way around from how it first started, isn't it? God, that's... ugh. What happened to the discount? Peddler, you gave me a discount in the last mission. Where'd that go? We haven't even been going for 2 hours yet. After I do the optional ordeal, we will start Chapter 7. I doubt we'll finish it today because, you know, there's actually a Chapter 9 on this run we need to worry about. But if we can get to around the same point we usually do on these loops, then we'll be good. Which is about halfway through this, like, the Shadow Forest. Gardener, this is a new one. Alright, I need to pay attention for gardeners then. Ow, ow, fuck, ow. Guardian my ass! What was that one? I saw that note, that one of the torments. God, there's a lot of loot in here. Oh, fuck. There's another gardener? Yes, it is. Alright, Kokoro, you've had your fun. Let's go to someone who actually kill these things a little quicker, huh? Alright, now we've got all 3 gardeners, so we're good. That one done. That's one less thing for my 100% trophy I need to worry about. I need to actually see how far along I am, because according to the game, there's 99 entries. So there's 99 unique enemies and or bosses. I need to actually see how far along it I am. So I think I'm at least past the halfway point. In terms of unique enemies, at least I fucking hope so. Right, I think there should be maybe one more, because we're on 9. Oh, it's just a... fucking Shadow Wizard money gangs here. Great. Alright, you're getting supered. If this wasn't an optional ordeal, I would just say this is just a bunch of Borbaki hanging around here. What's going on? Oh, I'm guessing not then, so we picked up 9 instead. Alright. That's got 2 bonuses instead of 1. See what I put on it before I swap over. Okay, we're swapping over. Okay, that's cool. Yep. Hey, take the other one. Damn, not bad. Alright, yeah, I'll take it. We got 67 of 99, okay. I remember of a man who died in war. He was good at running away and survived in Purgatory. In Purgatory, people become aberrants, aberrants that reflect their souls. There are exceptions, such as those who grow by eating souls. He once saw an executor die and become a revenant. When the human became an aberrant, it looks like their guardian. He heard guardians are the embodiment of a person's soul. He learned that guardians and aberrants are of the same shape. Alright, let me save. Alright, and into Shadow Forest. Time to readjust to darkness again. And see what's going to happen between Sen and Kokoro. Assuming we get reunited soon. Could they be in the woods? It's really hard to look for Sen and Nanana in the dark. I don't like places like this. I'm afraid of... well, you know. No, what? Can't say. When you talk about them, that's when they come out. You mean ghosts? Stop it! They're gonna possess you. What about revenants? Revenants are my enemies. I beat the hell out of them. But ghosts... Stop it already! Are you crazy? Reva... Go... What are you saying? Don't trail off like that. This was fun. But we should get going, Kokoro. Right, let's go. What was that? See, you called them out! Ghosts don't make dramatic entrances like that. You said it again! Oh. Sorry for the wait. Everyone's favourite Nanana has returned. Nanana. Are you okay? Nanana is as fish as a daisy. Fish? Oh, no, I mean fresh as a daisy. Weird as usual. Not that I was worried about you. Nanana was worried, thinking about Rayson and Kokoro. So I'm super happy to see you again. This is fun and exciting. Some things never change. Well, I'm glad to see you're okay. Nanana, what about Sen? She's not with you? I haven't seen Sen since we left. Saw a lot of revenants, though. Alright then, we should look for Sen. There's no need. Oh, no. Sen! I'm glad to see you. Me too. We're finally together. Separation was too sad. Kokoro, how long are you planning on sticking to me? Oh, sorry, but Sen doesn't seem to mind, even though she's my wife too. I'm not your wife. Sen, can you cut it down for me, please? Wrong words to use right now. Really wrong words to use right now. Anyway, what are we doing now? We're looking for Mirai. Finding her would be hard in these woods, though. Sen, Nana, will you come with me? No, we'll go with Ray anywhere, even if you said no. I'll go too. The band is back together. Yes, it's encouraging. This always seems to be the thing with Sen, though. Sen always has to take time to process. She's not impulsive at all. Like, every single time you'd think that she'd just react and do something, she tends to not. She's very, very reserved as a person. And it's the same here. Like, on the last one, she had to take time to process that, you know, that her mother was Nemesis and that the right thing to do was to stop her. And now in this one, she's having to take time to process what she just learned and why she thinks maybe Kokoro could be a threat. She's not just acting on it. Like, it's refreshing, because usually, like, these kind of characters, like, yeah, you know, these big things happen, they do just act immediately, but no, she just kind of stopped and is, like, sitting on it. She needs to kind of figure out what she thinks first before she decides anything. Also, it's going to be a little odd, because I've swapped these two back to their normal costumes, but she's still in her mum's costume, and she's still in, Phyllis' costume. But it was only just because, like, Kokoro looked kind of silly when it was getting important, so I was like, no, I'm changing back. Same impulsivity, fair enough. Whilst Kokoro, they're opposites in that sense, because Kokoro oppositely is pretty fucking impulsive. Oh, Nanana got Nanana Doodle ×3. Wait a minute, isn't Nanana Doodle Nanana Beam? Oh. Keep in mind, Nanana Beam's like the most broken skill in this game. What do you mean, that ×3? Hang on a fucking minute. Okay, Nanana. It costs a lot of SP, but come on. I need to start getting better equipment though, because if I go to stats, yeah, because we got really good new equipment on these two, like physical attack and magic attack, and then look at the drop. It's literally nearly a third is at these two's attack stats compared to these two. Like, I need to get good shit on these two, and then we're in business. Imagine Nanana, like, with like 800 odd magic attack for Nanana Beam. Oh, Nanana's actually the lowest now. That's interesting, considering I use her the most of the three. Obviously, Ray is the exception because she's never not playable. She's always there, so of course her level starts creeping up. But of the three, I'm surprised that like Nanana's ended up being the one that's the lowest. The beam is kind of deleting the need for her stats though, because it just does so much anyway, because the skill's so powerful. Which unfortunately means it's ironically just Sen right now. That's not 100% where I wanted to be. Because she was my favourite one to play as, so it's like, that's what I mean. It's like, it's unfortunate. It's like the one I want to play the most is the one that's kind of just not the best built for the current situation. She's still good because it's Sen, but still. Yambricos, new enemy. Ow, ow. Why is one of the torments pat you? Question mark. Do I really want to know the background of that one? They were patted to death. Fuck it, damn it. Just in case it's one of them, I'll just like pick it up so it's not wasted. Holy, oh, it's a recall. Curse and confusion immunity. I hope we get an active all again. Because that 150 SP on Ray through it is gorgeous. And it'd be nice to be able to get the rest of the party the same. Is there anything else worth here before I go back to that warp? I am pretty certain the warp's in a different place from where it was last time, though. I mentioned it in the second loop, that some of the warps and new floors felt like they were in different spots. I'm pretty sure last run, the warp was here. So there are some things that are slightly changing, even in the level, where you have to aim for. Also, the level theme that's playing right now is the theme that played when we were fighting Nemesis. Just, this is the original version, whilst when we fought Nemesis earlier, it played that remix version. I hope Crymachina keeps being able to make the map overlap like this, because it's just so nice. Whilst I'm moving around, just to navigate and be able to just overlap it like that. It was my favourite thing about Final Fantasy XII as well, is that you could just overlay the map. And it surprises me that no Final Fantasy game since 12 ever did it. But then, well, outside of the MMOs, of course. I think the MMOs you can make the map overlay. Either 11 or 14. Oh, I hit something. Oh, I hit the wall, never mind. It made the same sound effect before I hit an enemy, just free-throwing that. Recall happiness. Oh, luck. Oh, I'm not that fussed about that. And you know, this whole like thing as well By the way, where's like, it's going to be kind of troubling for Sen because of everything that happened. Because of her personality to naturally not make impulsive decisions and keep things to herself until she's ready to think about it. If she just said, like, oh, what's happened with Nemesis, Rei would be able to back up Kokoro in saying everything that Nemesis told Sen isn't what actually happened. That she didn't say any of that shit. Of this whole begging for her life shit. That's not what she did. She very much accepted her death and like almost offered herself to it. So I'm just kind of clearing out the map. But because she's going to keep it to herself, it's going to fester. And eventually when she's going to start to do... I'd hate to break it to you, but Elden Ring completely reinvented the wheel of open worlds in a way we haven't seen in fucking decades. When people say game of a generation, yeah, there's a reason for that. You don't have to like it, you don't have to agree with it, but there's a very fucking good reason why it gets called that, you know? If people are being toxic about it, that's a whole different thing. You just ignore them like anything else. It's just people being people. But as a whole, I understand why people are like that, because Elden Ring completely shot out every single other preconceived bullshit about what open world games should be and did its own thing and completely outsold all of them. And it's an extremely beloved title now. Bandwagon fallacy? The game sold 50 million units or something like that. I don't think it's bandwagon. I think everyone just fucking played it and enjoyed it, dude. Well, almost everyone. Also, like, FromSoft games aren't for everyone, regardless. Regardless of how good the game is in itself, their style and play is definitely not for everyone. Yeah, because Breath of the Wild was the same deal. It was a huge game changer for open world games. In what it did, because there was no, like, locked objective. It was just go fucking explore and enjoy it, for God's sake. And there was loads of mini-stories around the place. During a time where every other open world game was saying, no, there has to be this fixed objective that you're pushing towards. You can only explore when we say so. You can't go straight to the end. Suddenly Breath of the Wild came up and showed all of that out. I don't care for Breath of the Wild personally, but I still get it. Because I like having a little bit more objective focus when I'm playing like an open world game, because otherwise I get bored. But I get it. I get why people loved it. One is the game of a generation. They both are for different reasons. They're both extremely influential, extremely important games that are going to have huge knock-on effects on the rest of the industry of showing these big-name, narrow-minded publishers that their way of doing things is not the only way of doing things, and completely ignoring their made-up rules can absolutely lead to success anyway, and not only that, make more original and fun products. They're both extremely, extremely important games to them, at least for open-world genres. Yeah, but it's like people saying Game of the Years. And then you have, like, they say, oh, that game's a Game of the Year contender, that game's a Game of the Year, that game's a Game of the Year, and it's like, yeah, we get it. It's where it's like 6 games that have Game of the Year strapped to their title when they're re-releases, even though they all came out the same year. It's just a title. It's never as singular as that, it just becomes a title sometimes, and it's just people's, and it's all ultimately just people's perspective. So it really doesn't matter. People can like what they like, people can feel what they like. I understand the notion of game of a generation with Breath of the Wild because it did so much for opening the door and reinventing things. And I can understand people calling it Elden Ring because it's the same deal in that sense of it completely changed the ball game. Am I bringing up the subject matter? Because that's what how people feel. If people feel that is their game of the fucking generation, that is the fucking best shit ever, they're gonna. Especially when it's that significant. People don't care whether it matters or not. They care about being able to say this game's fucking brilliant or this thing is bad. It's why when people go to the Game of the Year show, they don't really go for it for the awards. They go for the announcements. It's just titles at the end of the day. People just like throwing them around. They don't matter that much. It's just some things will matter to people, so the titles are just there. Which comment? I said a lot in a little time there. I'm going to read this whilst you do that, because otherwise we'll be waiting. The woods are worse than I thought. The spectres are getting stronger. It would have been just as bad if it would have been bad if it was just us. Are we going the right way? Should I use my special skill, Nanana Search? No, you can do that. How does it work? No, just runs off, looks around and comes back. Ready? Yeah, no, you'll get lost for sure. Nana's being treated like a child again. Like I said, from head to toe, everything about you is a child, right, Sen? Then we need to hurry. We shouldn't waste time talking. You're right. Speaking of which, Sen, weren't you here before us? Yes, so? Did you see any way to get out of the woods? No, nothing. I see. Oh yeah, but that's like that still kind of fits into my point where it's just how people feel, right? Like it doesn't matter what is and what isn't. That's just how people feel. Like I don't really know how to word it. They don't take it seriously. Well, it's the same with most things. People will talk about things in jest without really caring about. Like no one says, "Oh yeah, this game of the year is fucking amazing." And usually genuinely wholeheartedly means that it's the best thing ever that came out this year. It's just the game they really love this year, you know? Like, I don't think it's ever taken that seriously anyway. Even the game, like I said, even the Game of the Year awards, no one really takes that seriously. They just go for the announcements and to see if the game they like gets any kind of real acknowledgement. I don't know, ultimately, like, I think it's not like a problem for people to feel that way, and like I said, I understand why people feel like game of the generation with like Elden Ring, the same way I did Breath of the Wild, even though I don't like Breath of the Wild. But that's just your feelings on it. If you take it seriously and you feel that there is something that is a game of the year or a game of the generation, that's still down to you. The next person might agree with you, the person might not, the next person just might not care. You know, that's just people. I don't really know how to put that. That's just people. If it means something to you, that's good. That's honor that for yourself. Love that for yourself. You know, if that means something to you, own it. But it doesn't mean it has to mean something to the next person. It's like last year's list where I said, yeah, on a technical level, Elden Ring is the best game I played last year. But on a preference level, there were two other games that I just enjoyed more. Certain people would look at that and just think I'm talking out my ass and be like, that doesn't make any sense. Whilst other people will be like, yeah, sure, I get that. Or other people will just say, no, Elden Ring's shit. No one, it doesn't matter. Everyone's gonna do that, you know? It's not a fan of hyperbole. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't help you on that one. Hyperbole is very much ingrained in everything, it feels like. Anyway, I see. Guess we just have to keep moving. I'll use my special skill Nana search. Let's get going. Be careful not to get lost. Oh, Sen, did something happen? Yeah, Kokoro knows. Kokoro, because Kokoro pays too much attention to the girls in her life. She fucking knows something's not right with Sen. Just say it straight. No one likes to say anything straight in this day and age. Unless it's something kind. If it's something that they're worried will upset someone, people usually will just beat around the bush. And that's just human nature, though, unfortunately. Most people do that. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Oh, I really hope it leads to a peaceful resolution. Please, I don't want it to end in more misery between Kokoro and Sen. These two are like so like stricken with fate that something always goes wrong between them, and it's like, please, just for once, let it work out. Please. Yeah, but dude, in the greatest respect, we could have a million conversations about just little things. It's not about being defective or anything like that, whether you mean that seriously or not. It is just different walks of life. There are going to be people... There's no matter how similar some people can be, there's never two of the exact same person in personality, or at least that's what I believe. So you're always going to have people who think differently from you, who understand things differently from you, who care differently than you, you know? It's that thing I always say about, 8 billion people, there's always going to be a piece of everything. There's always going to be people that care and think of different things in different ways for different reasons. There's nothing wrong with being your way, it's just being, it's just whether you can, I guess, come to an understanding, whether you actually fully understand, or whether you can just be like, alright, whatever, with how someone else sees things. That's all. Yeah, so, Sorry, I know there's loot over here, that's why I'm backtracking. But talk about this game, now we're on like the 3rd loop, and there's a chance like the 3rd loop will just kind of can carry on, and what happens here might actually be like the final end, so to speak. I'm really paranoid about things going wrong, because they might be set in stone, things going wrong this time around, you know? Like, so I really hope that, like, Sen and Krokro can talk it out and get to a conclusion. What the fuck sent that fucking discus at me? Hey, is it you? Yeah, but the thing is, like, that also feeds into why I always talk about how I'm not really a big fan of scoring systems. Because the scorings are too... Like, when you put a score down, it's like... You can watch the whole video and get a better idea of it, but the score's such a final, this is the extent of the quality. And people are always going to be like, wait, so you think that of that? That what the fuck? And especially when you then give a fucking phenomenal game a 2, use their own, but it stands out, and it's like, okay, this guy's like being hyper aggressive. If you just said, oh, I don't like it, it's not for me, don't like these things about it, etc, etc, I think these things are poor, people go, yeah, alright, whatever. Which also doesn't help is that it's Final Fantasy VII, and Final Fantasy VII by default has one of the most dedicated group of haters in the fucking planet, which is why you also get people who really push for it. It's the most derangedly annoying thing ever, and like it happens all the time. It's why I don't engage in discourse, because like people who genuinely just love Final Fantasy VII and want to talk about a game they love suddenly get people trying to twist their words ad nauseum all the fucking time. Like even Max Dude recently had it happen to him, where he was actually talking about that Nomura isn't the lead director of 7 Remake Part 2, he's creative director. He's overseeing it, but he's not directly involved. Which tracks because he's got his hands full on many projects, which is why he was less involved in Part 1. Someone went out of their way to interpret it as this man hates Nomura and hates everything he made. And turned it into this man isn't a true Final Fantasy VII fan. And I was like, fuck off. You're just doing it to try and get your 2 seconds of fame because you just want to be another one of the people who hates Final Fantasy VII. And the moment someone genuinely has a genuine problem with 7, that entire toxic troll group latch onto you as much as they can if you get any kind of eyes on you. And it happens all the fucking time. Final Fantasy VII has the most notoriously vicious trolls ever. They are so fucking vicious. Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, it's probably in the greatest respect worked out for you better that you are a smaller channel, that you didn't attract that troll group. That you could get people that are more understanding prepared to listen, but it happens all the time. And I've mentioned it before that like there are people who genuinely just want Final Fantasy as a franchise to die and look for literally any opportunity under the sun to make out that it's failing miserably. When Square Enix reported that as a whole their entire annual sales weren't as high as they expected, a whole group of people suddenly went, Final Fantasy 16 sold terribly. See, Final Fantasy 16 is fucking bad. It didn't work out. Final Fantasy 16 was the best-selling game at Square Enix in years. So much so it's getting 2 DLCs and a PC version. The reason why it fucking failed is that they also released Forspoken this year, and that game bombed. But not to the Final Fantasy haters, you know? That's what I mean. That's how bad it is, and how it's been for as long as I can remember. The earliest I remember seeing it was when 13 came out, but I know it's been a thing since way before then. It's been a thing since at least Final Fantasy 8, where people would go to wrestling matches holding up a sign in the background that says Final Fantasy 8 sucks. I've seen the images from 1999 where people would be in the background of wrestling matches holding that sign. There's always been a dedicated group of people that just want Square Enix and Final Fantasy to die just cause. It's disgraceful. And that's why I always like, even like, because I respect it, people hate 13, whatever. People might not like 7 Remake, I get it. But I always worry when it's like genuine people and they say that, because like you have no idea how close and how much that toxic group feed off it. And it's like, although it's nowhere near as big, I am starting to notice that creep into Persona as well. Like, I'm like, it's nowhere near as big, because obviously Final Fantasy's been around for like 35 years, so it's had a long time to build up these dedicated haters for some fucking reason. But it's there. It is creeping up with Persona 5, especially after P5 came out. I get people have their problems with P5, and I get P5's writing is fucking... But there are people that love that game, and there's a reason, and it sold, 10 million units in its lifetime, whatever. But there's a dedicated people that just want that franchise to burn, and think that anyone that likes that series are idiots. And it always seems to be Japanese properties. I really don't see it happen as much with Western properties. It always seems to be Japanese properties. Gee, I wonder if there's some hidden away xenophobia that people don't want to admit to. That they just want these Japanese franchises to fail. Look, I get you don't like P5 and you have your reasons for it. I love Persona 5. It's like right in the middle of my of the list of games I like and dislike. But I get why people dislike it. But I also know I was very much the target audience. I was a teenager when I played it. The target audience is abso-fucking-lutely teens. The older you get, the more dumb those teens seem because you're not the audience they were aiming for anymore. And Persona 5, to be fair, wasn't even... like, in that sense, when it came out, wasn't that overhyped. It was more, it just kind of seemed to hit the powder keg and explode after it came out. When you look at the trailers, well, see, nowadays some of those trailers have inflated numbers, but when you look at the trailers, those trailers didn't have that many views on them. Not that many people were interested in Persona 5. It's just when it came out, word of mouth made it explode. Oh yeah, because... Persona games as a whole, I go in, with the exception of Persona 2, but that's because I'm biased, I grew up with that. I usually go in, like, just neutral. Like, whenever Persona 6 happens, I'll go into that neutral. P3 Remake, I'll go into that neutral. Even if I don't like original P3, I'll also go into that neutral. I go in with no expectation, regardless of what other people say. Because that just leads to disappointment regardless. Like, if I went into the Trails series, super fucking hyped based on everything you said, I would only end up disappointing myself because I have it in my head that it's the greatest thing ever made. Because it's one of the greatest things ever made for you, or at least that's the impression you give, you know? And I'd just be setting myself up for something to not be as good as I want it to be. So I don't bother. I'll go into Trails from Zero completely neutral. It's why I keep saying, oh, just in case I don't like it, because I don't know if I'll like it or not. If I end up really not liking, heaven forbid, but if I end up really not liking Trails from Zero and decide to drop it, I do have backup games, so it won't be the end of the world sort of thing. I'm hoping that won't be the case, but you know. Fair enough. And even if I like once again, like, so I'm more just doing this as a, like, to make my point, but like, if I end up not liking Zero, that doesn't mean I'm going to give up on the series. It's in the same way of when I didn't like Saga, Minstrel Song, whatever that was called, and we played out at the start of the year. I didn't like Saga at all. It doesn't mean I'd ever give up the entire franchise. Like, I'm prepared to give it another go if the right opportunity comes around. So, like, even if I didn't like Zero, like, I might give Cold Steel a try later on, for example. Yeah, I was going to get to that, but you beat me to it. The only concern I really have with Zero is some of its story beats. If some of it's going to make me uncomfortable, it'll get dropped, bottom line. And some of the stuff you've told me about it does kind of creep me, like, get me a bit worried. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how I feel. If I end up really loving it, I probably will just put up a warning and we'll figure it out as we go. But if I kind of, like, if it's just alright for me sort of thing, I have to kind of keep that in mind. It's like, do I really want to go through that kind of shit? Because that sort of stuff does make me uncomfortable even nowadays. If it gets way too much. I'm okay with it if I know it's coming. I'm not okay with it if I don't. It's why I say, like, I can play horror games fine, because I always know, I expect shit to be really morbid and twisted and weird. You want to steal yourself? Well, we'll see. Oh, motorbike coming. Oh, I found the plot by accident. Whoops. Didn't mean to do this. There's other places I want to explore. Next story. Yeah. We finally made it out. This looks like a good place to rest. I agree, I'm about to reach the limit of my going home club stamina. You good to take a break, Sen? It's not for me to decide. Sounds like she agrees. I think now's a good time. When I notice something, I can't turn a blind eye to it, so I'm gonna be direct. What's wrong, Sen? What do you mean? You've been different since we reunited. Did something happen when we were separated? Nothing worth mentioning. I want to ask the same thing. What happened when I was away? Oh yeah, we haven't talked about it yet. No, you should listen too. There was one thing we know. Nemesis wasn't the Revenant Princess. Why do you think that? You know those Revenants serving Nemesis, right? They told us... Those creepy things? Yes, they're called Borobaki. They don't serve Nemesis. Instead, they serve the Revenant Princess. Anything else? We couldn't find Mirai. We found Nemesis. We engaged in battle. And I defeated Nemesis. I finally got my revenge. So we don't need to worry about Nemesis anymore. She'll never bother us again. We can completely forget about her and focus on saving Mirai and finding out about the Revenant Princess. Crystar was under something, yeah. Yep, now it's different than her mind. Now she's confirmed and her mind's made up. Sen? Don't let your... Oh, for a second there. Don't let your guard down. It's in the end. Clear these guys out first. Oh, for a... She had me going for a second. I was like, uh-oh. I'll let Sen do this fight. I feel like she needs to get some anger out of her. Yeah, mission's end. Fuck. Nice strike, by the way. Yeah, shame it ended in 2 seconds, but yeah. Because we ended the fight so quick. That's it, right? I hope so. So going home club member, I am beyond exhausted. We're safe now. Let's rest before Ray collapses. Yay, campfire time. Let's enjoy this all together. There's no fire. But camping does sound nice. We're in the middle of talking though. Can we continue our conversation, Sen? I don't want to waste my time camping. I'm going back to the real world. Such a killjoy, Sen. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were all here to play. Hey, Sen. Maybe we can finish for today and return later. Are you okay with that, Nanana? Yeah, campfires are no fun without everyone. Good point. Maybe we can go back and calm down. I'm calm. I'm completely calm. Yes, that is a thing that people say when they are calm. That is absolutely a thing that people say when they are absolutely calm. My bad, I guess I misread you. Sen, Kokoro. The music's sad still. I miss the normal music that plays when we're at home. It's still sad. The 4 of us are finally together again. What's happening between us? And what's on your use? There's a little bite to your words, yeah. Anderson. Another man name that it's called as a girl. So you've got Carl, Charles, and now Anderson. A revenant of a little girl who was killed by her mother. She was the oldest child who took care of her younger brother. Her brother always got hurt. Each time she would take care of him. She was a good sister and loved the hugs she got for it. Her brother died from falling down the stairs. On a surveillance camera of the video, was video of her shoving him down the stairs. I remember a serial killer who was ambushed by the family of his victims. His hands were covered in blood. He had killed many people. He remembered every face as a way to atone for his sins. A female revenant that wanders purgatory, looking for the soul of a young child who should have died with her. She was in an accident while the baby was still inside her. With her mind intact, she looked for her child. A woman revenant who was a bizarre murder victim. The criminal had a strange fetish where she liked watching 2 people kill each other. 3 girls were going in the basement. There was no exit, only a message. Alright, so she got stuck in like miniature Danganronpa. I got it. Died of excessive bleeding. He had a good master ever since he was a little kid and looked cared for and loved. They trusted one another. One day his master was attacked. He was stabbed in his master's place. The mugger ran off with his master's work. Oh, can we get a better weapon? Please. Can we get a better weapon for Sen, please? Oh! That is straight up better. So Nanana gets the upgrade. I get it. Yeah, that just makes sense. Oh, right, I can fix this now. There we go. And the venom that comes from... Yeah. No one can ever truly hide it. I get it. Oh, Sen doesn't want to talk. I know why you called. It's about Sen, right? Did something seem off about her? I've been wondering about that ever since we got back together in the woods. When we split up, maybe something happened to her. Regardless, she doesn't seem like she wants to talk about it. Should we do something? Ray, remember what you said to me? Huh? Time will cure everything. If Sen doesn't want to talk, we'll just have to wait it out. I'm going to talk to Sen. If she doesn't pick up the phone, then maybe we'll talk in purgatory. Yeah, she might be more willing to talk with you, Ray. She probably won't talk to me. I don't know why, but I feel like she hates me for some reason. Anyway, I look forward to hearing from you. I'll see you in purgatory. And I hope time will cure everything. Then we can laugh about it later. You know, Nana's like, why are people so complicated? Nanana? Aw. Nanana, you're the same as ever. That's not true. None of those racing up the stairs to adulthood. That's not what I... Wait, you're racing? That's right. Nanano's an adult. I can do campfires on my own. That sounds like a little lonely. I don't think adults do that. Really? I thought isolation was the pinnacle of adulthood. Oh, I thought that in my soul. Oh. But Nanano wants to do fun things with everyone. Me too. We'll be back to normal soon enough. Yeah, until then, Nanano will master campfires. Okay, just don't overdo it, and please be careful. Okay, I'll be waiting for everyone in purgatory. Yay, fire! Fucking little pyromaniac. Suspicion has been unlocked. And then you guess Sen won't answer her. Yeah, she's not answering. She's not interested. Yeah, none of them just went, being an adult was about being miserable, right? What the fuck? Give me a warning first. Let's save and head out. This will probably be the last mission of this stream that I'll do. And then I'll be back on Thursday, so I'll take tomorrow off. Oh, no, I've missed looking at you in your default clothes. No, are you alone? Where's Kokoro and Sen? Kokoro isn't here yet, but Sen... Sen, you're here. I'm glad. He's not replying to anything Nanana says. Sen is in a bad mood. I just have nothing to talk about. I've got to try. Can we talk? No, sorry, can you let us be for a little bit? Ah, okay. There's no need. I'm not planning on talking. Why? Please tell me what happened. Aren't you the ones who know what happened? What do you... Sorry for being late. Sen, what did you mean? What did Kokoro and I know? Enough talk. We're all here. Did I come at a bad time? It's not over. We're allies. No, friends. You're acting differently, Sen. What do you know about me? It hasn't been that long since we met here in Purgatory. There are still things I know, things I notice. You're different from usual. Sen, you haven't said it once since we regrouped. Said what? Justice. Justice is the reason why you fight in Purgatory, isn't it? That got me thinking. Sen, did something happen to your justice? Not the time, you two. How's everyone doing? We're busy right now. Get lost. You, a mere executor, are telling us to be gone? How quaint. Are you sure? We came all the way just to warn you. Warn? The end of Purgatory is near. The end. So we're almost at the bottom of Purgatory. Indeed, the end of Purgatory, where all souls gather, where the cogs of renewal reside. Meaning Mirai should be close to the cogs of renewal too. Mirai. You came here just to worry us, demon twins? We came to tell you the facts. Despite not having much time left, it appears you have not gathered enough idea. Instead of wasting time talking, you should hurry, right, Sen? Yes. Wait, we're not done talking. Is the conversation more important than saving your family? Sen is right. The only choice you have is to proceed in order to achieve your desires. Let's go, Ray. At this rate, we'll get separated again. Ray and Sen are both important to me. You may be the only one who thinks that. Bye-bye. Because we killed Nemesis, they're just like, how much can we, like, stir the pot? That ought to suffice for now. But that was close. Without Sen around, who else would stir things up? We need more darkness. Deep and sticky darkness. Indeed, something that grabs the heart. A catalyst of vile thoughts and deeds. After this distorted comedy, what kind of idea will be born? I know not. The Revenant Princess has regained her powers. I doubt Mirai remains a mere audience member. What should we do? We are the managers and the audience. However, if it shall make things more interesting, it may not be bad to intervene. Please continue to provide entertainment for your demons. It would be funny if we went to the shopkeep and the shopkeep just went, "Man, you all look miserable," instead of just chatting like normal. Oh, this is entirely a dead end. Okay. Ah. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We just love casting spells. Get out of here, you fucks. It's like the biggest thing I'm gonna remember from this game after everything is putting up with the fucking wizards. This is a smallish floor, actually. I'm looking at it. Oh, there are a lot of enemies here, huh? Okay. Please, there we go. I was like, you can hit it. No, 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 I believe. I need 45. Oh, we have 2 already. We literally only just started this level. Oh, you're still... Ah! Oh, so yeah, you are the discus thrower. Now we know for sure. Get out of here. This is really dark. I can't see anything. If I run around, I'd slam into something. Don't run then. No, always goes full steam ahead. It's already easy enough to get lost in here. Let's proceed carefully. You okay with that, Sen? Looks like she agrees. Let's go. Come on, Sen. Just talk about it so we can at least argue if we have to. Don't give us the cold shoulder so much. Oh, the grabby hands are back. Oh no, get back. No, get back. Don't want to get grabbed. These are like super strong versions of them. They're gonna kill me instantly if I get grabbed. I can feel it in my soul. The original ones, they would grab you and hold you in place and do like 1 damage every other second. On the second loop, we encountered one and it did like 200 damage every other second and it eviscerated us. So like these ones are like the round 3 versions. I'm like, no. I don't even want to know. I don't want to get bit and like take 1,000 health suddenly. Oh, there's loot at the end there. Okay, it didn't hurt that much. But then we have also got boosted stats, so maybe it just balanced itself out. Oh, my stomach actually just loudly rumbled. Hopefully the mic didn't pick that up. But I think that's a sign. I think after this mission I will wrap it up, because I think that's a sign of hunger kicking in. I'm back. No, dude. Sen's still giving us the cold shoulder. She doesn't want to talk about anything. That's all you've missed, really. Kicked out for a bit. Oh, fair. I have a backup now with my internet to try and make it, make it more stable. Essentially, I'm always on wired internet, because I am anyway, but I have the wireless connection to the internet linked to my PS5 as well. So if the wire drops, it would immediately just shift over to the other one, instead of just trying to drop it entirely like it usually does. So it might mean every now and then, like, if it was to drop, you'll get like a dip, but it won't drop the whole stream. At least in theory, that's how it should work. It's only if the whole internet provider itself goes down then that I'll be forced to stop. Which in that case, it's just whatever, you know? Okay, that links back round, got it. Oh, too many of them, got it. Through the darkness we go. My eyes are almost entirely focused on just the minimap, because it's so pitch black to navigate all this anyway. Listen, it's not even that bad on my end. I know on YouTube, on you guys' end, when you're watching, it's super dark. Okay, that links that. Then we can just go down at this point. Actually, there is another... How many of these we got? 4 already, Jesus. Damn, good crit. Where is everyone? Kokoro? Sen? Nanana? So, please reply. They were just with me. Nanana? Kokoro? Sen? Oh, I need to find them right away. What the fuck was... The game just went, oh, by the way, you're alone now. What the... What do you mean? That's one way to try and mix up this revisit. Hey, just make Ray do it alone for a sec. What? Ah. Yeah, I see you back here, Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Get the fuck back here. Sen! Sen, I'm glad I found you. Ray. I almost mistook you for an enemy, and he cut you down. Don't joke like that. We're a Kokoro Nanana. Who knows? I was alone before I knew what happened. Let's look for them. I have a bad feeling. Really? If your feelings were more reliable, you would have found your sister by now. Well, that's true, but... Are you going to speak so pathetically again? Shouldn't you accept it already? Your zeal to bring revival to your sister. How many people have you dragged into this to sacrifice your ego? I know what I've done. If you know, then that makes it okay. I envy your simple justice. And you are the one preaching justice to me. Sen, this isn't like you. You were never the type to say stuff like this. So you want to know what happened to me, right? Fine, I'll tell you. I realized that justice I believe in doesn't allow for Kokoro's selfish revenge. Your ego is just as guilty, Ray. I did agree to help you, so I will go along with the farce until the very end. Once everything is over, your head may not be intact, though. Sen, you're joking, right? I know you like to joke. I know that. Sen, where are you? Meanwhile... Oh, Sen just fucking left her. Okay. So yeah, Sen's let her brain go down to this pit of darkness. That basically, she's let her brain just kind of take this in the wrong way, and her heart's starting to mold her more negatively to say things she wouldn't normally say. Got it. This is kind of cool though. We never get a moment where it's literally just a character that isn't Ray that we're playing as. Kokoro, is that you? That voice, Sen, you still on the talking terms with me, huh? Come to think of it, I haven't told you what happened when I defeated Nemesis. Sen, you want to hear, don't ya? I got my revenge. I was hoping you could watch, Sen. I punched Nemesis so many times. Did that make you feel better? Not at all, actually. I couldn't hear her enough to make me happy. It's too bad I can't hear anymore. Tell me, Kokoro, did you know Nemesis was my mother? Did I? I might have. I don't think this is right. Nemesis did say something like that while begging for her life. That's not, no, that's not what it is. That's not Kokoro. That's not Kokoro. That's the fucking demon twins pulling bullshit again to make them hate each other more. What about it? Then your justice doesn't make exceptions for family, right? Nemesis was evil, so I punished her, that's all. I don't think I could be more just. That convinced you, then let's go. I'll never be convinced. I'm just hoping this is all some misunderstanding. Yeah, I think Ray didn't bump into Sen. And I think Sen didn't bump into Kokoro. I think it's the demon twins trying to make these guys separate from each other. Yeah, because now we're going to play as Kokoro to make the implication that it was her, but no. I wonder what Nanana's gonna say. If Nanana says anything, literally anything other than yeah, oh, we know it's not her. Oh no, I have to deal with mages with the close range character. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Ow. Hang on, I need to go deal with Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Hey, get over here. Okay, this is a dead end, good to know. We're gonna bump into Nana, right? Yep. Oh, it's you, belly out girl. Look who's talking! Your belly is just as out as mine. That's fair. Sorry, I was just remembering when I first met you. At the start, you were our enemy, but now I've come to accept you as an ally, Nana. But Nana doesn't think Kokoro is an ally. Yeah, here we are. Kokoro, you're too focused on your pointless revenge. This isn't fun and exciting at all. Pointless? Plus, you're so obsessed with your baby, he wasn't even born. Not only is that no fun, you're just crazy. Yeah, maybe you're right, but that's not for you to decide. Maybe that baby was happy to not be born as both. Oh, Jesus. The demon twins! Do you need to fucking give it a rest? That's enough. Even a revenant knows that. You're too close to home, didn't I? And Ray isn't around, you're just a normal revenant. That's too bad. Oh no, Baby Girl's mad. What's with her? I can't just abandon her. We already have our hands full with Sen. Can't need more what the fucking tell her? Oh, defense boosters, got it. I was like, what? That's just letters. And all this because the demon twins are annoyed that we took out Nemesis, so we're not following their fucking script. How many torments we got? We got 8 so far. So there's a boss at the end of here. Okay, we're only on mission 2, so probably not. We've probably got to have to make the gang actually kind of like kiss and make up yet. And then I found Ray. Be quiet. Are you trying to give us away? No, wouldn't do that. Don't want to cause trouble for Ray. I don't think they have the capacity right now to accept the words of a revenant. No, is a revenant, but I love Ray, and Sen and Kokoro. I like being with everyone. So please don't say that, it makes me sad. Did you say love? You don't even have your own memories. How can you say you love someone? Yeah, but... Honestly, following me around for no real reason is a hassle. Can you even get that with your flawed soul? If you still want to follow me, shut your loud mouth. This isn't fun at all. Eventually, I like one of them's got to realize that like they're getting fucked with, and it's not actual proper, and they don't actually mean the things they're saying because it's not them saying it literally. You all here? Sent to? Yeah. Anything else to say, Kokoro? What do you mean? Shouldn't this be a happy reunion? When we broke up in the fog. Oh, hey, Yuri. But we don't have time to talk. We have plenty of opportunities to talk before this. They're coming! Oh, I think I completely fucking missed. Oh, I kinda. Ah, she hit pretty well, actually. Hey, get the fuck back here! Oh, I forgot it's the boss variant of this enemy, so it just wants to run the fuck away all the time. Get out of here, Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Now's not the time for your bullshit. Oh god. Please stop running, please! I fucking hate this enemy! There we go. Yep, I knew it. That's what I was saying, that the demon twins did it. That's not them. This is getting fun. They can't believe anyone anymore, right? Indeed. I copied what that revenant did. It appears to have worked very well. It was fun and all, but no idea was born, Mephis. It's fine. Things are only going to get more entertaining. I can't wait. Nor can I. Wait, we're doing cogs already? We only did 2 levels in the forest. Is the cogs of renewal? Guess we need to talk right now, or else things will never get better. You finally made it through purgatory, and yet you appear preoccupied with something trivial. What about Mirai? Does she not matter anymore? Mirai is important to me, however my friends are just as important. Oh, what about your friends? If you want help, surely we can assist you, right, Phyllis? My beloved Ray is troubled. I can't bear to see her like this, right, Mephis? I don't know what's happening. Everyone is falling apart. I don't know how to put it into words. It feels like something malicious is tearing us apart. Such a vague worry. If you don't know the cause rate, then there's nothing we can do. Such a shame. It's fine, this is our problem. How commendable. But have you forgotten? But you need to bestow revival upon Mirai. 7 idea. Precisely. It appear you are short. So you don't care about Mirai. Your friends are more important, right, big sis? No, I'll go with the idea and save Mirai. Then you should discard all other things to achieve your goal. You ought not to be preoccupied with excesses. Friends, you must be taking this lightly. You guys don't have to be buddy-buddy. If everyone helps, isn't that enough? You need to use everything that is available to you. It's not that easy. It's okay. It goes both ways. Everyone else is using you, Rei, for their objectives too. Now, we shall return home. I'm still wearing my shoes. I'm going to get scolded. I'm looking forward to some high-quality idea. New chapter 8. One who rejects the light. Some too much? What, when these two are trying super fucking hard to make all of them abandon their friends? Because the demon twins, they just really want to get what they want. That's all. And the fact that we're not following the script anymore means that they're trying to put us back on path by making us separate. They don't like the fact that we're grouped up. Which is why they did all that bullshit. But it's a little SMT, like, it's gonna be kill all your friends. That's very SMT of it, if it does that. That and the chapter title, yeah, true. Reject the light. Fuck the light, get it out of here. Yeah, that seems very SMT of it. So let's go for my upgrade page. HP isn't your problem. HP is not your problem. HP is not your problem. Please! Fuck, fine, fine, you can have your fucking HP. What the shit? Nana's like, Nana decides what is Nana's problem. Oh, immunity to all ailments, that's actually really good, hang on. There you go, Sen. Ah, we need more. His first victim was a man who attacked a childhood friend, but after the killing, his childhood friend killed herself. Oh. His master ignored him and chased after his work. He was abandoned by the person he trusted and cried. He bled, woof woof. She collected the souls of others for her baby. She wanted to revive her child so they could live a happy life. This obsession led to her continually collecting souls. In truth, she was mentally ill. She was never pregnant. Oh. Oh, that one took a turn. Okay. Revenant of a boy who was a famous child actor, but lost popularity as he grew older. He died from a disease. He liked being complimented by kind people. He was good at sensing how others felt. He knew how to get affection. I have another man who died a lonely death. He left his parents' home and lived in the city. He didn't mix well at work and had no friends. His days off were spent alone. One day he felt tightness in his chest. He couldn't pick up the phone to call the ambulance and passed away. He regretted dying alone. After becoming a revenant, he didn't want revival, but rather looking for someone to perish with. Primarily disappearance is due to when Yuri became a revenant, she unconsciously took on the remains of the bus around her. Ray. Kokoro. Sorry, I don't want to talk right now. If I speak my mind right now, I might say something mean, even to you, Ray. I'm sorry, but don't worry, I promise I won't abandon you. Bye. I didn't think you'd even call. Sen, please listen. Something is very wrong right now. Certainly not normal, but there's no denying this is real. We can't change the past. This is who we are. You might not agree, but I've already made up my mind. Let's hope we can at least save your innocence, little sister. Aww. And that's going to be something to cue Ray in that something's not right, because Sen thinks of her as a little sister. So she wouldn't have said all the shit she said in the forest. Come on, I believe. Ray. No. Why do you sound so sad? Sorry. No, be quiet. I'll wash my mouth from now on. Please don't hate me. No. I've added a new ordeal. Next is the final layer of purgatory. Make sure you're prepared for it. Endpoint 3. We're not doing that today, though. You have to wait till Thursday to see what comes of this bullshit that the demon twins have set up. And I'll do the optional ordeal off screen because it's just running through and fighting enemies. So let me save and then I'll wrap. I've got to get ready for work. And I don't know how long this finale is going to be. Because I said, this, I believe, is the loop where it carries on beyond Chapter 8 into Chapter 9. So something's going to go that will probably, if I'm being honest, blow up in the twins' face. The demon twins are doing so much work to try and divide us on this loop that it will suddenly be the one that works back around to make us come back together. Or something like that, I believe. They're trying too hard to make us divide that something will make us come back together. And then it will really wind them up when they don't get what they want. But I digress. As always, thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to finish my last round of BF 2042 and sleep. Yeah, fair enough, dude. Thank you all so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely really helps this channel grow. Additionally, you can find my Twitter, Patreon, and PayPal in the description of every video. Reminder, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm trying to get back into my usual routine. So I'll see you guys again on Thursday, where we may just wrap up this game. No idea, though. Let's see how it goes. But until then, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys then. Peace.